Chat? Chat, we're back! Hello! I'm going to just stall for a little bit while everybody else gets here. I am officially late. That's all I was waiting for. You know, gotta hit it exactly 1 minute after the hour. Hello, everyone. Okay, so a couple fun facts while we're waiting. Watto's AFK, don't worry about it. Couple fun facts. Remember how my goal this year was to thank you, Maxine, for the 20. Thank you. Remember how my goal was to upload once on my main channel every month this year? You remember that? Well, this is my second video of either channel, so that's not bad. Hey, once every year this decade. But look, I want you to hear me out. Watto will be back any second. Hear me out, okay? In the modern education system in the United States, that's still a passing grade, okay? That is actually still just a passing grade. I am moving on to the next year of school. So I'll take it. I'll take it. The standards are that low. How is everybody doing though? Is this the comparing the USA? It is actually, I'm not even joking. I'm not even being exaggerative. That is the actual, depending on the school. So I've heard. I'm not in school, but so I've heard. Hi, can enable channel memberships. Osme, I promoted you for a reason. Don't lose your opportunity. All right. I'm glad everybody's having a good time. I didn't actually read your chat messages. I'm just assuming. Watto will be back any second now. Just wait. Oh, hi, Watto. Oh, hey, Watto. Hey, Watto, can you, you seem to be AFK here. You've sort of just left your account on... Well, that's too bad. Anyway, one other thing, I'm probably going to speed run through this stream because we have a 100-minute video to go through and talk about, and I don't want this to be 12 hours, so I'm probably not even going to watch it. We might watch just a couple scenes, but yeah. Just give me a second to process the trauma of having schizophrenia. The projector made me do it. Yeah. So check this out. Do you see this amalgam here? This is what happens when you get 40 different people on to a server and tell them to record for you. You get something like this. We'll probably look around for like it's not really important. This is just get a sense of this is what happens when you give like 40 different people up and try to explain to them the plot of a ridiculous video and they all have ADHD. But yeah. I'll say one other thing real quick. I'll give you some time to ponder this. The original date I wanted to upload my this parody was March 31st. And I'll leave that as an exercise to the viewer to figure out why. My room, yep. That's right here. Like, we moved it right up next to the whole, like, platform thing. Can show people Anchor Bridge? No. Do not talk about Anchor Bridge here. Thank you. We keep that. What happens in Anchor Bridge Club stays in Anchor Bridge Club. That's your cha-cha. Yeah, just like everyone's messing around this year. I even have this beacon over here. You might have seen I announced months ago, around the date I mentioned, this just like a foreshadowing clip. This is in my Discord server. This is what I was foreshadowing. I built like a beacon to be like, ooh, I'm gonna make an unstable video, which eventually I did. And I have a question, chat, real quick. Okay. There's two groups of people watching this stream. Okay, and there's two groups of people who have watched my video. There are people who are fans of Unstable Universe and watch Unstable Universe videos, and people who don't. And most of those people don't know what unstable is. So I kind of want to gauge real quick, sort of a population distribution. I could do a poll. I could do a poll. I probably should do a poll to get the proper like population distribution I'm wondering about. Because you don't ask about the glass. I want to know like how many people I just introduced to something they've never seen before. Thank you. I'm not gonna pronounce your name. It goes through chat too quickly for the Polish 25. Thank you. Here. Let's do that. Let's do that poll because the way I talk about this will heavily depend on what y'all know about. Because there's a lot of references. Unstable is goated. Okay. Are you in the unstable mafia? Okay, unstable mafia means that you watch Unstable, for the record. That's what that means. I watch Unstable. It's my favorite source of vids. Okay. That's a thing to send into this chat. That's not a bad thing. That's okay. I vaguely knew what Unstable was. Why do people use invisibility? Well, don't you know? It's because they're afraid of being seen. Surprisingly even split. Yeah. I noticed that too. Yeah, interesting. I wonder if that's fake or if that's actually like, it really is just like a 50-50. People who watch and don't watch. But then again, there's like three groups, because in theory, there's the people who do watch, but don't know what, like, or don't watch, but do know. Sorry, is what I meant to say. Oh my gosh, wait, I'm just looking at my, like, the source feed for my stream. Is it going at like 10 frames per second? Or is that just, wait, chat, are we at like 10 FPS or something? I lost interest in it. Yeah, I fully understand that. Yeah, like if you've just like seen a couple videos, I saw a lot of comments that skimmed through it. Okay, if we're at like, hold up. The FPS is fine. It stutters. Yeah, I'm noticing that. Shoot, that's weird. Pretty average Canadian stream though, I think. Can you rap really good? Thank you. It took a lot of tries. We'll get to that, because that was all in one take. Not all in one breath. Ken, is this world in the vid? This is the world. Yeah, check this out, guys. Watch this. I'm gonna come up here. We have everything. Let's go over to the oldest base. Whoa. It's all real. Even the diamonds. Yeah. Yeah, so we can bounce around and look at all the sets. We got the Far Lands, Close Lands, the oldest base, the Lazy Acceleration Cannon, the Farland Civilization, the Conduit Power HQ, the, University of New Mexico, the Mining Camp, the Area Band Cell, or the Chunk Band Cell, my bad. My room is the best set. The Meeting Room, the Stasis Chambers, the Final Resistance Base, that was very brief. This didn't happen. Cut content. The mountaintop at the end, the revolution scene, and that's just other stuff. That's Avatar's evading capture thing. Yeah, this is, so guys, we'll get to this, Void, because you have the audacity to make that. How does the sliding mafia work? Oh yeah, sliding mafia is really simple. If you wanna make a sliding mafia of your own, all you're gonna have to do is open your tweakeroo config. You're gonna switch to tweaker more. You're gonna search for this setting and turn both of these on. So if you followed that, then pretty much everything will slide. Check this out. There you go. Hope that helped. Yeah. Wait. Did I disable this, bro? Yes, I did. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's all you gotta do. It's really simple. Yeah, I say let's just jump into it, you know? It allows you to pass through interpolation barriers. That's true. It's technically a cheat client, in a really obscure way. That doesn't matter. Um, yeah, so if we have 50-50, let me end the poll. 50%. Okay, so I have to honestly ask, for the people who don't watch Unstable, did you I don't know how to phrase this. Did you understand what was going on? Because I guess the gimmick is obvious because I keep repeating it, but like overall, it was a fever dream. Yes, no, 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 no. Okay. So it's another 50. No, but it was funny. I feel like the real funniness is if you watched it, but I'm glad that it's at least still funny in some other absurdist way. If you haven't, like that's good. But it's really intended for the Unstable Universe audience. You'd probably get more of the jokes, but I'm fine it works either way. That's good. That's good. No, but it was peak. Since I watched Unstable Universe, I loved it. Okay, now question. Okay, we're bouncing across the aisle to the people who do watch Unstable, um, and still enjoy it. And you can look. I'm not saying it's not enjoyable. I'm just saying, like, how do I phrase this? You got what the message of my video was, right? It's just, look, I don't understand the plot. I don't. Okay. How about I ask it this way? People who watch Unstable, do you understand what's going on in an Unstable video? That's my honest question. I almost died of laughter from watching it. I've heard this many a time. You do understand. Okay. At least you guys are being honest with me. It has plot holes, but yes, at least you're being honest. That's fair. I get that. I get that. Nah, I just really, as an incredible Unstable Universe is, I just find it so shortcuttable. It was satire, no? Yes. I feel like every video, okay. Like let me get more specific. The mining video. I don't know. I just like why don't they just escape? It's a mining prison. How do they spend 3 hours in a mining prison? Like just mine out, right? Am I wrong? I don't know. Spokes is funny. Wemboo's is PvP. Parrots is lore. That might be a good way of putting it. As someone who only watches the parrot videos. You love the slavery subplot. But, like, why don't they just mine out? Like, why don't they just... Okay. Did you change the title of the video? I did? Okay, so here's the story. Okay. I may have had insider information. A little bit of insider information. And I knew that Parrot... What? Let's put Watto back. I miss Watto. Hold up. Uh, you know, he belongs in this scene too. Yeah, so I was told that Parrot's video would release on Saturday, and now this is a full coincidence, but I was very close to finishing, like his most recent one, his finale to season 2, question mark, I actually don't know. And I happened to be very, very close to finishing my video. Yeah, Watto's back here. Let's make it a bit more fitting. There we go. So I had the brilliant idea to edit so quickly that I could finish my video and upload it 30 minutes before the video where the director is revealed. For the bit. Now, I want you to understand, if you're an aspiring YouTuber, never do this. This is bad for views. This is bad for everyone, but I thought it would be funny. So I uploaded a 100-minute long video 30 minutes before Parrot's hour-long video. Where was I going with this? Yeah, and in that awkward in-between limbo, when Parrots was about to start and people were just watching mine, Parrot messages me completely understandably, and I felt so guilty. And if he's listening, I'm so sorry, Parrot. He said, can you please just clarify that your video isn't canon because people actually think it's a real unstable video? Because the way my title was written, it didn't look like satire. And look, okay, I tried my best to make my video fit within the canon, okay, and it does. In my heart, my video is completely canon, but yeah, he was genuinely concerned that like just before his big reveal about the director, people were gonna flock to my video thinking it was actually relevant. Which was my bad. Maybe I took the joke too far. The old title was why? No, it was. I think it was how. It was how Canadian was banned, or how I was banned. It was how I was banned. Was it why or how? It was whatever. It was like why I was banned from the Unstable Universe. Which is not true. I'm not banned from it. I can still join it. Okay, but guys, can we agree that it's canon? Can we agree? We can agree, right? It literally fits. It literally fits. That was the other thing I was going to ask. My plot might have seemed incoherent because a lot of times I deliberately routed my plot to perfectly fit with Parrots. So you'll see the plot kind of go out of nowhere, like when I'm like, oh, the player with the bird skin, um, showed up, and then a week later, the entire civilization was destroyed. That makes complete sense if you watch Unstable. You know exactly what happened. But that might have seemed incoherent otherwise. I can get that. Invite me to the next one. I have no clue who you are, but thank you. He's 1,000,000,000% canon. Why wasn't this on main channel? Don't ask me that. This does not belong on main channel. James is in chat. Bro hacked into Unstable. Okay. Okay. All right, fine. Fine, we'll talk about this. Forget opening the video. We'll rant about this. Okay, guys. First of all, for a second. How to phrase this? I had a lot of comments on my video. We're never gonna watch this. I had a lot of comments on my video saying, "Wow, I can't believe you got James Charges It, the guy who hacked onto the Unstable Universe, to feature in your parody." Here's the thing. First of all, no, we did not. He server scanned. That's it. That's not hacking. It may as well be hacking. Sure, whatever. He used a hack client while he was on it. But okay, first, let's start with this. They have multiple servers. One of them wasn't whitelisted. He joined it. That's all. Chad, this is so silly. I'm sorry, James. I'm sorry to disparage you here. I'm sorry, I would discredit. But but like, just don't call it hacking, okay? Second, okay, I did not get him on. He was in my friend group well before. He was going to be in the video either way. He is the only person who could play the villain characters. I literally picked him because I was like, I need someone to play the Oozing Mafia villain. But I only know one person who can do the voice. And that is, of course, the legend, James Charges It. And he was inevitably going to be in the video. But I find it funny that it's like, that people think of it like, I just found the guy and invited him. He's been in my other videos. Like, that's not even the first video he's been in. But yeah. Get Parrots to do it? Confuse the canon even more. James has the best impressions of... He does... Yeah, he does a lot of... He actually has a really good impression as well of just the YouTube Shorts voice. I don't know. He's just good at voices. Yeah, I'm glad. I had a lot of talent in my video. There is no way I could have made my video without, like, a lot of really funny people. We had one rule while recording this, and this is going to sound really corny, but the one rule we gave ourselves was to have fun. Specifically, to have more fun than anybody watching, which is why if you watch the bloopers, it's like 23 minutes straight of everyone dying laughing, because we were just trying our best to just goof around as much as possible while still actually making the story, and hence um hence it turned out really well. Because if we're having like 10 times the fun, then, and if we're dying laughing, then the audience must at least be having, nearly dying laughing. There's a bloopers. Oh, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Well, I'll show you where the bloopers is at the end of the stream. Don't spoil it. Don't tell them where the bloopers are. Don't tell them the bloopers are really easy to find. But yeah, well, yeah, it's a crazy story. Let's actually jump into it. Let's actually publish it. It's published. What? It is published. You just didn't find it, or you did, and you're talking about the fact it's unlisted. You need to make canon unstable videos? No, I am not touching that universe. Look, it's a cool universe, but not for someone like V who likes, logic and characters making smart decisions, okay? That is for the realm of people who like character arcs and stories and drama and theater, not for people who like logic. Are you gonna do a debunk on Proton? You mean the prison that they commissioned me to build for them? Yeah, probably, sure. Yeah, I can do that. I wish they would start acting smart. Well, wish no more, because okay, get ready for this, guys. If you're in a dark room, like, get ready for like all right. Chat. Did I just close the stream? Wait. Oh my gosh. I thought I just stopped the stream. Let's just jump into it though. Make stable videos, then true. Oh, this guy gets it. We should make stable videos. All right. Now, guys, I've always wondered, like, how did it all start? How did it all start? I wonder. It all started when my friend Watto and I were trying to escape the Mafia. Man, it does sure feel good to be visible. The Mafia had been chasing us ever since we visited all of these incredibly... Ooh, okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna watch this at 360p, okay? Okay, we're gonna watch it 360p. Sound good? Yeah. I don't have the bandwidth for this. So, first, here's the first lesson in making an unstable universe video. You have to start by making the most visually stunning things possible at the beginning. You want the sets of your video to outclass every other quality of the video, because that's what people will see. That's why you hire very expensive builders to build very big mega bases, and then you just do mediocre acting. But it won't matter, because it's in a very cool build. Yeah, that's Ipsimi. So most of these are like prisons I made. Well, that isn't. And by made, I didn't mean like do the exterior, but like my prison line. Obviously, Daedalus Labyrinth. Not Kojin's Hearth. Did not make Kojin's Hearth. But, yeah. Here's a quick thing. I want to see if you notice something here. But this shot, look very closely. We've got some wood to the left here. We got the pots sort of look like this. They don't have any decoration on them. There's a dandelion in this. And now we're gonna cut to this shot. The pots now have decorations. There's no dandelion. The wood to the left is gone. This is lagging. Oh, you're just lagging. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Look, guys, 360p, it's beautiful. The reason I point this out is, well, you'll find out. I wonder why that could be. Well, we'll see as time goes on. Started storing stuff in when the server first began.
Everything in this base is still as is, just as I remember it.
I know. 144, please. Okay. That they want 144p. No, I hit the minimize. Wait, no. Okay. 144p. This will give us peak frames. We will have 1,000 frames per second. We will have 12,000 frames per second after this one, chat. We're gonna have more frames than we're gonna have pixels, okay? No, right? You know, the coolest part about this is the fact that this is the oldest base left on the server kind of means it survived longer than... let's skip this, something relevant. So, okay, first thing to bring up. This whole sequence, all the way from here to, let's see, where is it? Oh my gosh, this is longer than I remember. All the way to 7 minutes and 57. All of this, okay, guys, I'm not doing 144p. This is ridiculous. You can't even... I'm switching. Okay, we're switching to 720. So, I am a perfectionist. And all of this was recorded after everything else. This was while I was editing. I came up to Watto and I'm like, I don't like the first 8 minutes of the video, so can we completely re-record it? Now, that's why the old replay shot, that third-person shot, was completely different. That was the first take when everything was boring. We didn't even have the whole hacker arc in the original one. We added the hacker plot the second time around, which I think was an improvement. I liked the hacker guy. We're gonna get sent to the stasis for not following. You guys didn't join the mafia. You know, wasn't the lesson of my video that you shouldn't just be going around joining mafias? Anyway, the reason I wanted to bring this up is people were confused by the fact that right after this scene, all of a sudden the hardcore hearts disappear. Why is that? Well, obviously I just forgot to... I forgot to have hardcore hearts, the texture pack, when I started recording, because I wasn't thinking about it. And I didn't realize that until, like, way after this. And then eventually they come back. So, really, in the original, I had no hearts. And then after about 10 minutes, I did. But then, since I re-recorded the beginning, most of that had them back. Hence, there's just a random awkward 3-minute period in the middle where the hearts disappear. So that's how that happened. If anyone was, wondering that trivial detail. I'm trying to think of what we should go over. Oh, actually, yeah, sure. Let's just jump back here. Let's go set by set. So start with the oldest base. We just sort of found a random cave, whatever. You might have noticed that the scene started with snow. Like, it was like it all started and there's snow and I'm descending down. But then when we come back to the surface here, we're not on a snowy mountain. I only did that because I wanted to do some cool full circle thing where obviously the video ends on a snowy mountain. I wanted it to start on one as well. So I just covered this in snow. And then just for the first scene where I dropped down this pipe. And then I got rid of it. Yeah, so complete fraud. I know. Perspective is magical. Here's all the bombers, if anybody wanted to see. The way the bombers work is we have these invisible armor stands, and we summon TNT on each armor stand, and that's how the bombers work. So I don't know how many people looked very closely at these. It's one of those things that it's one of those background jokes, but a lot of the bombers blew themselves up. The people who designed the bombers, my friends who built them, deliberately placed some of them on top of others. I don't think I even knew, but it's a good touch. I'd say it's a nice touch. Yeah. What's funny to me isn't actually them dropping on each other. It's the fact that they don't even reach. This is 152, so TNT would get as low down as here. This is the lowest TNT would actually get, if that's where if that's where the bombers were. You did know, you told us to do it. So our base was actually completely safe the whole time. There's no way the TNT could have gotten to us, but alas, it's an unstable universe plot, so the laws of reality bend to our will. They bend to the will of the plot. For another example of this, we have the fact that the Mining Fatigue Mafia has to bring an Elder Guardian everywhere. So they just kind of build bridges everywhere they go. We ran out of budget doing // stack though. But So yeah, this is what this looks like. I don't know how many people noticed this in the video, but there's like one frame where I drop here and reveal that there's an opening here. That was not an intended joke. I wanted the plot to be that I spend unnecessarily long throwing harming potions at the Elder Guardian to kill it, because like, wow, so clever, using harming potions. Two issues with that. One, I don't know how. I forgot there was just a hole here. Which is fine, it's funny for the bit. But I didn't, I forgot. I think I intended for this to be closed up after the fact, but we didn't do that. The second problem, this is the more embarrassing one. Every time you hit it with a harming potion through a wall, it only does half a heart. It has 50 health. So I only brought one shulker box full of potions, and genuinely, fully honestly, I thought that this would be enough to kill the Elder Guardian. So if you watch closely enough in the video, you will see that like I take, yay many. I miss most of the shots too, and I cut most of that out. The whole time I'm doing this, all the actors are just over here mining. Like, because I told them to just mine, in the background. They spent like 30 minutes just sitting there having a conversation. All of them mining with mining fatigue, waiting for me to come back. And I just wasn't. I was launching up to 100 harming potions at this Elder Guardian because I didn't know how potions worked. If you look over at the shulker box real quick, you'll see that I grab any second now. Yeah, there's only 3 left. And then I open it again, and there's 5 left in a completely different place. That was like my 4th shulker box. Yeah. Yeah. And then one frame where I realize. So, a couple lessons were learned. First of all, don't try so hard. Like, this was possibly the most organized shot in the video in terms of setting up the timing of the bombers, the amount of people I had on stage crew, precisioning the TNT so that it happened at the right moments. And we spent like 4 different takes, like getting this right. The lesson was really just that the more stuff goes wrong, the better the video is. And that's when we decided to just have fun. How lovely. I know. But man, that was really frustrating, the amount of potions it took. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. I'm just yapping. All right, let's continue with this 720p, which actually I think got reduced. No, it didn't. We're good. It looks like you might have just run out of mining fatigue.
Okay. We can get the Elder Guardians.
You guys are gonna have to run off and find a new Elder Guardian. Whoa. Wait, you actually did it. You just killed. Hold up. We can't just let him get away.
Yeah, we need to get it. I don't have my light drawn.
So I have a question, chat. Of all of those lines, how many do you think were dubbed in post? And how many do you think were actually there during the original recording? I'll give you some time to think. 3, 2. Well, the answer is all of them. I dubbed in all of those lines. There was like 1 line that wasn't dubbed in, I think, of that whole segment. Yeah, they were so dubbed. I dub in so many lines in this video because I'm not satisfied with my original performance. I'm not great at improvising. A lot of if you had to edit this video, if you were the person in charge of editing the raw footage that came out of here, you would find so much of me just repeating the same monotone lines. Like, oh my gosh. Because again, lesson number 2, it's not actually that easy to just improvise lines. You can't just jump into it and just be like, okay, let's get into character. You actually have to kind of say the relevant talking points. I don't know how to put it. Like, oh, we can't let him get away. Like that just wasn't said. We were just like, we have to. I don't know. I don't remember which things. I don't remember exactly which lines weren't said, but a lot of things were just not said that didn't complete the story. Because like in my brain, I'm like, I know the plot. I just have to go act out the plot. Just not as simple as I thought it would be. Yeah, it is a skill. It is a real skill. Uh, and some of the people in Unstable are good at it. Yeah, anyway, we had this dramatic scene. This was also all dubbed in. I had Avatar re-record this because I didn't like how it went the first time. Because again, we were all new to this. We were only 10 minutes in. This was the first day of recording out of like 2 weeks of recording. All of us were bad at this. But I just want to talk.
What do you want?
Okay, do you have no honor? You just ran out of mining fatigue. I felt so clever with this. To make it sound like this was still the original audio, I kept in the sound of like the re-equipping armor. It's such a stupid thing. But yeah, all of this is not the real audio. I just sort of timed it with the visuals. Just like everybody else, so shouldn't you set off your own stasis chamber? Isn't that only fair?
No, of course not. The leader doesn't have to follow their own rules. Same with every other mafia.
Yeah, it worked out decent. Anyway, someone asks, couldn't you just make a script? There is only like one moment in this whole video where we made like a real script. Well, two moments. Yeah, I guess two. Because one, writing a script entails one, actually writing everything. Two, everyone memorizing their lines or reading them on the spot. And that's just so much more time intensive than just telling people the vibes of what you want the scene to be. And if you tell them the vibes and they're good, and none of us were yet, I think. Some of us were decent. Like we had some talent in this, but if it's bad, then you feel the urge to redub it. If it's good, you just saved so much time. And as we got better, it became more worth it to not have a script. Yeah, so anyway, I had a question. This is a question to the Stable Mafia. That's who I'm going to refer to the people who don't watch Unstable Universe as. The people who do watch are the Unstable Mafia. So, Stable Mafia. Now, actually, this is a question for everyone. Because when people were first watching this, I saw a lot of comments complaining that the death message was Avatar was killed. Now, to anyone who's watched the full video, you realize how much that does not matter. But I don't know why this bugged me. People were thinking, oh, how scuffed that you have this inconsistency. So what I wanted to ask is, as time goes on and you slowly start to see the same actors over and over, how jarring was that? Because I didn't want to confuse people. It's just I obviously had budget constraints. Oh, yeah, sure, it's funny. But like, when you saw like Avatar come back later, was that like, I thought he died? Is this not even hardcore? Or did you get it? And you were just like, okay, this doesn't matter. Not much. Okay, that's good. That's really good. That's really good. Because I've been like, I've been worried that I had no clue. You didn't notice? You didn't notice? Okay. The bugged people. Well, it was Avatar's voice, so I got it. Well, yes. Well, okay. Well, I mean for this, sure. But I just mean the overuse of repeated people in general. It's satire, so it's expected. I guess not necessarily, though. Because even if you know it's satire, you still might be confused seeing the same actor. In my defense, I'm blind. Alright, that settles it. Um, yeah. It improved it, did it? Yeah, that's actually the dark secret. Sorry to spoil the video. I mean, I assume you've already seen it, so I'm gonna spoil it. But yeah, that's the secret that they reveal at the end, is that it's the same four actors. That's why they have an Invis Mafia in Unstable. It's literally just to make it easier to like use any random actor to play the characters. It's the same reason they don't speak, so that you don't have to get the same people, and you don't have to deal with scheduling conflicts. That's literally it, which I find funny. Um, Hence what we were kind of parodying. Thank you for the $10. You watch unstable. You watch 3-hour-long videos at 240p. Look, even I'm not that like. Wow. I hope I read that correctly. 240 FPS. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, got it. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm blind. Anyway, let's move on. We have we went over to the village. We see the glowing mafia. That makes so much more sense. Might as well be 240p. Okay. Trying to think of I guess there's a lot of cut content in this. So here's a kind of ironic thing, guys. I don't know how this happened, but when I was writing the draft for this video, like I wrote out the plot, the entire vision, it ended up being too long for what we wanted to do. I cut things left and right. Like every day, my day job was waking up, cutting down the script, recording, people complaining that I was like, we're only a third of the way through the video, even though it's been several days, going to sleep, waking up the next day, cutting more of the script. And somehow, the video was still an hour 40 minutes. And that includes the fact that I rushed the editing, like I trimmed a ton out while editing, like in post. I think the plot I made would have actually been the length of a Real Unstable Universe video, which I'm surprised by because I didn't think it was that long. How long did the whole thing take start to finish? I mean, it's hard to calculate that, factoring in procrastination, but maybe like almost a month of non-procrastinated time, and a lot of that was recording. The recording took way longer than we thought. It would have been feature length. It is feature length, yeah. You should have left more in, but see, that's the big conflict. You realize that I'm making this. And if you've seen my videos, I tend to really not like dead air. My videos go by really quickly. And so giving myself the task of making an unstable universe video was painful. Because that means I have to edit slow moments. And I kept sending drafts to Watto. Like as I was making this video, I would send him a draft every like 20 minutes I edited. Like, how is it good? Is it working so far? Do you think the jokes land? I kept complaining to him like, I feel like this part drags. And he's like, no, it's fine. And then I cut it out anyway. Like this, for example, the Blindness Mafia scene used to start from the moment we encountered them. Like we're just walking. Like, Mafia shows up. We're like, oh no, which Mafia is this? Then we realize it's Blindness. Then we realize how to chase them down. I just cut it to the bare bones essential. Because I'm scared of people clicking off. I don't know. But then everyone in the comments were like, I wish it was longer. I don't know what people want. I don't know. The multi-effect Mafia. That's actually some content. We were gonna have a How Did We Get Here Mafia with their leader, How Did We Gashwag. We actually recorded it too. It was pretty hard getting everybody swimming while getting hit with shulkers constantly, while also drinking blindness and withering, because it was hard to put them in a wither rose while also swimming, so we didn't do the wither rose. I think we skipped out on some potion effects. That would have been really funny. It didn't look right. I think anyone could look at that and be like, you didn't actually get every effect. I think we did. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I think we kind of did. All the visible ones. We didn't actually do every potion. It was absurd. Show us, please? I don't have the footage anymore. I'm sorry. Okay, to be clear, this wasn't even like we encountered them. This was one of the Mafias that shows up in like the time lapse. So you would have only seen like 1 second of them anyway. But yeah, so yeah, just like very trimmed down scene of shoot them, shoot the. Everyone caught the joke, right? The joke is they hear the arrows. I realized that didn't get explained since I trimmed it down, but yeah. Everyone's begging for the director's cut. Guys, that's what that's what the bloopers is. Yes, we caught the joke. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad that my jokes made sense. Oh, here's another cut line. This was so stupid. We used to have a line here that said, "We decided to throw out our elytra, because we decided it would be better to fly without elytra." You know, obviously mocking how unstable, um, uh, like has every travel scene without elytra. But then the joke was going to be that in the immediate next scene, we fly in and then just throw out the elytra and pretend. That's why I threw out the elytra. I think it was better without. I'm glad I cut out that joke because that kind of just that was probably just jarring. They see the arrows now somehow despite the blindness. You thought, yeah, that's what I was worried. I was worried people would be confused by that. Yeah, it was meant to be that they're hearing it like they're wardens. But yeah, I get that it kind of went by quickly. Anyway, let's go over to the next scene. The next set. So here's the lazy acceleration cannon, blown up as all. And here's an important lesson about making things for unstable. Everything you build for an unstable video will get blown up. So always make a backup. We didn't actually have to use the backup, but it was important to keep just in case, and also just for the memories. Like now we get to look at the redstone itself because we have the backup version. So this is meant to be a lazy acceleration cannon. Now if you know, now normally it's meant to be like a pig lazy acceleration cannon. That's the idea. Now obviously it's not, but would you guys like to see how the redstone works? It's pretty cool. So if you press this button here, the first thing that'll happen is, there's a bit of delay. Okay, right, and then I guess it powers this. It pushes up this iron block. It pushes up the iron block so that the redstone then comes through here, of course. Then it goes through this. It goes through a couple of these, so that so that this comparator can then read that measurement and power this in case this is not already on, because this AND gate here needs both powered for so I think the lower redstone here powers. I think there's meant to be a torch there. That's why there's meant to be a torch there, you know. Like we said, all the redstone torches are missing. On the other side, this part powers this target block, which would send a signal through here, which of course the redstone computer will block at a certain moment, and you'll get like a very precise alignment of these, and ultimately that will power this with the right timing to dispense. Yeah, it sends a signal, yeah. As for the redstone computer itself, that uses this redstone clock. I believe this is a redstone clock. Yeah, this is a redstone clock. Hold up. Let's just turn on the redstone clock. So this is the I think this is meant to be a clock that uses a daylight detector. And then that will power the redstone computer. And of course, the redstone computer has multiple cores. You know how it goes. Hard to process. Is it on a chunk board? No, it's not. I would never make. I would never put them on a chunk border. Yeah, that's pretty much. That's pretty much it. What does the Holland Mafia do? They speak Dutch. I don't know. Yeah. It's kind of a fun project, just getting on with your friends. Remember what I said about the #1 rule about this being to have more fun than the viewers will have? This is what I mean. We had an entire 30 minutes just dedicated to my friends and I building this, because we just needed a redstone contraption that looked. Oh yeah, I forgot the hoppers. This is even. I don't know. I don't know where these come from. It's oh yeah, there's a dispenser. Oh, right, which is powered by powered. I'm pretty sure it works. I'm pretty sure it works. I haven't tested it, but I'm pretty sure it works. I'm pretty sure it works. Like, let's go. Let's go back to the video. I'm pretty sure it works. So, yeah.
No. I'm not. I'm just.
Oh,
Okay.
well, what's going on? What's
Alright.
going
We're
on? What are you
worried.
doing here?
So I was gonna get to work using this, but like, all of the machine.
Mumbo Jumbo is jealous. For what is this machine? It's a lazy acceleration cannon. Didn't you hear? It accelerates lazy. Yeah. So here's what I wanted to bring up about this scene. We get to this point. There's a couple things that happen here. So first we have Watto pulling out the Styx shulker box and the torches shulker box, and then it's like, or the redstone shulker box, and then we craft the thing. Do you want to guess what I used to make this visual effect? Don't answer that. It's just edited in post. There's just a square here. Yeah, I didn't use a mod. But after this, what happens is Avatar asks, and this is off script. Remember, there isn't really a script. So Avatar says, "Hey, try normal torches," and we're like, "Oh, that's a good point. We should show that normal torches also don't work to sort of make the pattern." It might have been on script. I don't remember. I don't remember what was on script. Yeah, we just pasted a gray square. So Watto doesn't have shulker boxes prepared for this, but he decides to run with it, and he pulls out. So we ask him in script. This is all improv. Do you have your coal shulker? Wait, Watto, do you have your shulker box full of coal?
Yeah, of course, I have my shoulder box full of coal.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see. And you'll notice that there's a lot more shulker boxes now. I'm so sad I forgot to put this in the bloopers, but there's a reason Watto is a generational talent, okay? That's my point. Watto is one of the funniest people I know, and he exists just to get us to break character sometimes. He kept pulling out shulker boxes of like coal, and then coal blocks, and then charcoal, and he just kept doing it just because we were laughing at it. And he wouldn't stop because we were laughing. It was perfect. And that's why I have coal ore by this point. It's because that was like the last thing he did was coal ore. And then I'm like, what? Coal ore doesn't work? You just gotta surround yourself with very funny people. That's how you make videos like this. You just have them do the bits for you. Which, okay, I'll give myself some credit. I had a pretty good moment over here, okay? Because you know what else was fully improvised? This line. I've been on the server long enough to know that even in the darkest moments, there's always... That was something that came to me in a dream, in the moment, on the spot. I was like, I got the perfect line here. And I couldn't say it. It would have been perfect if I said it first try, but I'm glad I didn't. It's pretty good that I didn't. Even in the darkest moments. So I think that's the reason people laughed at this too, is because they didn't see it coming. It's the same idea. It's you just trying to make your friends laugh. Even in the darkest moments, there's always hope.
You know, Ken, in light of recent events.
Alright. Do it one more time.
Even in the darkest moments, there's always hope. We just need to figure out. Can someone explain why the line's so funny? I don't know. It's just, and we just kept rolling with it. Which I'm very glad we did, because even in the darkest moments, you can always make your friends laugh. Yeah. So that's So yada yada yada. Then we have the scene where, oh no, TNT starts dropping from the sky, and in comes the legendary actor, the one and the only. James charges it. His first debut And also Maximum G9's first official scene where he's not, just a default Mafia member. We were kind of joking at this point in the video about people watching this video and chronologizing. What's the word? Chronologing. Is that wrong? Is it chronologing? Chronologing every time a given actor shows up and sort of jokefully pretending that they're all the same person that whole time. I don't know if anyone actually did that, but the hardest person to do that with would be Maximum, who I think played the single most amount of characters, to the point where he is in the same scene multiple times at once. But I'd love to see you guys try to theorize a way in which he is the same character over time. Yeah, Prince Zam, exactly. We also did the Prince Zam joke only because of his Minecraft skin. The reason I used him the most, by the way, one, because he volunteered a lot, but two, I think he just has the perfect like default person skin. Like it's just complete black pixels and then just a smiley face, which just makes it perfect for being some random ordinary guy. He only played one character, Prince Zam. Hey, he also played Horus. But yeah. Oh yeah, we never pressed tab in the video. We could have done a whole bit about this. But yeah, I don't want to go into the whole tab isn't canon logic. There's a lot of things to talk about in Unstable, but yeah. So guys. Oh, how to explain this? How to even explain what goes on here? Okay, I'll ask this. How many Mafias do you see in this scene? Overall, how many Mafias are there? Because the answer is meant to be 4. It's meant to be that all 4 of the trial Mafias showed up. However, we didn't have enough actors to play all 4 Mafias at once. And so, every person plays 2 different Mafias. You can see here, they're all purple, I believe is wind charging, and white is weaving. And then in this last scene, gray is infesting and green is oozing. Now, there's absolutely no way I was going to portray that in the video, so I just didn't. I cut out that explanation and just decided people won't recognize the actors anyway. They'll get, like, lost in the mix. It adds to the absurdity. I don't even think people probably noticed that they're playing 2 people at once. Like, unless you noticed that their trims changed between scenes, you probably just thought they were the same people. That was very confusing. Yeah. Did the Unstable people know you were making this? Yes and no. So actually that's a very good question, and I do actually want to bring this up. At the end, ooh, where was it? Okay. Unstable Mafia, you know this. You'll know the scene I'm talking about. In the video, I think it's the finale to season 1, after the Farland civilization gets destroyed, and Weefys drops the line, like Parrot's like, why do you think the Invis Mafia is afraid of or why do you think they wear Invis? And Weefys goes, it's because they're afraid of being seen. And then they fly away out of the Farlands, like, because they're leaving the Farland Civ to go find a new refuge. After that, the whole cast, because I was one of the people there, we just started chatting for a bit, just sitting in the Farlands after we recorded that, and we were joking about other Mafias. That's sort of where the inception came from. It was kind of from that, like, just conversation. They joked about building Neutron instead of Proton, but I didn't want to steal their jokes, so I used Electron. That's the only reason the prison's called Electron, is because I didn't want to steal whoever's joke it was who said Neutron in that one, like, conversation. But yeah, we were laughing at the concept of an infesting mafia, an oozing mafia, a hungry mafia. And I'm not even gonna lie, if I remember correctly, Weefys is the person who made the joke that the hungry mafia would be afraid of being full, which is why I had him drop the line in this, because I think that was his joke. If I remember. It's not like I was recording, but that's like the only reason the Hungry Mafia even exists. But during that recording, I think Parrot was like joking that I should make a parody. And so I did. I don't know what he thinks about it because he hasn't talked to me since. But yeah, it was kind of a group idea. The concept of just going absurd with the mafias. I find it funny that Weefus just appears. Yeah, he was too busy to be in more scenes, so I just had him in one. Which, in fairness, is also really funny. The fact that he's just there for like 10 seconds. He hates you probably. Don't say that. Please, I don't want to believe it. Why does Parrot not post bloopers? He just... He's not the type. I think he's too busy. He's too busy uploading the real videos and writing the lore. Didn't he talk to you and tell you? Yeah. Aside from that, aside from when he told me to make it clear that it's not canon, that's the last I've heard of how he feels. I don't know his live reaction. I only watched for Jammin'. That's incredible. That's the right kind of viewer. Okay. Let's skip the fight. The fight scene I hated editing because my brain that wants to trim things to be quick was forced to do nothing here because the joke of this fight scene is meant to be that it's agonizingly long, and I didn't want to make it long, but that's the joke, so I had to do it. The one thing I'll talk about here is, again, most of this is improvised. Like we know the story, but the actual actions are improvised. I want you to pay close attention here. I message Watto, okay? For one, it's 1786, which, ooh, wrong Watto. But Watto and I sneak into this little corridor in the middle of the fight. And, bro, how Flames Frags posted... Yeah, I heard about that. I heard that. I didn't watch the Flame Frags video. Sorry, you interrupted me, so I'm going to interrupt what I was talking about. Because this is weird to me. I heard that a lot of people have been joking about the concept of making unstable parodies ever since that call from like 3 months ago. Actually, more than 3 months ago. That was several months ago. So that kind of made me feel the pressure to rush. I didn't watch the Flame Frags video, so correct me if I'm wrong. He had a weaving mafia, I think. Someone was saying that. If that's the case, then I failed my goal to get my video out before anyone else brought up the concept. Spoilers? Oh, I don't care about spoilers. I'm sorry, I don't care about spoilers. I'm gonna should have blocked with Glass and not an Observer. I don't know, no one's answering my question. It wasn't really a mafia, there was... Okay, it wasn't a mafia. Okay, sure. Then that's... I don't know. Because that worried me while I was making this, because I heard about that, like, last minute. Is there going to be a part 2? Oh, we'll talk about that later. Okay, I need to focus my stream of thought one question at a time. Why did you not use the real Ashwag in that one scene? Because I was too shy to ask him. Next question. There's no more questions. Why did you choose fishing rods for the Void Stasis Chamber gag? Because that's what they use in the actual Unstable video. Now, guys, that's one of the jokes. Is the only way that the Invis Mafia supposedly works is that Ashwag in Unstable will flick his fishing rod and activate the stasis chamber of like any player. And part of what I was parodying, which only really works if you get how fishing rod like wireless redstone works, is that's impossible. You can only activate one thing with it. Once you flick the fishing rod, it's over. Like, you've deactivated the wireless redstone. You have to go reset it up again. So it's physically impossible that Ashwag could just stasis anybody he wants, unless like he has a really complicated. At least he could only do one person. You could come up with a complicated way to like cycle through everyone. It doesn't matter. You couldn't do multiple people back to back. He'd have to run over and reset it every time. So yeah, I'm glad people noticed that, and that's kind of what I was trying to show, is that when in the Mash Fatag scene where he literally fishing rods multiple times, that's what it would have to be if that literally happened in the story, which it conveniently doesn't, so that you never have to see that the wireless redstone wouldn't work. Next question. Watto Shulker box count. Do it yourself. Next question. Can you give this to Jammin Head? She isn't monetized yet. You know she's just gonna donate it straight back to me, okay? Jammin donates to me as a joke, despite the fact it just spends 70% of the money, or 30% of the money back to YouTube. What's your favorite Mafia? Sleeping. Sleeping is the best Mafia. It's just the funniest one. Why did you only have Watto1786 at the end of their username sometimes? Oh, only sometimes? Because canonically, we needed to make this fit the actual unstable plot. The problem with that is Watto and I are both in actual unstable videos that supposedly happen at the same time as this. So Watto's solution to that was that when 1786 is on screen, 1876 is way off doing the plot of like a Wembu video. Like he's out helping Wembu and Zam escape that big escape room, and then he bounces back to be in my video, and he's just jumping back and forth. He's a busy guy. Okay, finally, where was I going with this again? Oh yeah, look very closely at this video. We're in a fight. We're in the middle of a fight, and Watto and I both hide underground to go discuss things. Now think, who is on our side of the fight? There's Watto, there's me, there's Avatar. The other team has like 20 people. So subtract Watto and I from my team. Who's left fighting? We didn't intend for this, but it is just Avatar doing a 1v20 upstairs. And he's winning. Like, he's getting kills. And that's partly because he has resistance. But still, the fact that canonically in my video, Avatar's doing a 1v20 and winning and getting kills, I find hilarious, and I didn't even realize this until I was editing. I was like, wait, what fight is even happening outside? Who's fighting? And yet he held his own. Actual PvP legend, I agree. I know. When are you gonna upload another debunk? I promise it'll be my next main channel video. I swear my next main channel video is a debunk. You just have to trust me. But yeah, moving on. Yes, Stone Age. It's perfect. The parody writes itself, honestly. The parody writes itself, because all you have to do to parody Unstable is just have the same production quality as Unstable, right? The original problem they had in like season 1 is, or in like the first episodes they made, they forgot to give themselves all advancements. So all we had to do to emulate the same joke was nothing and have the same problem happen to us. And that kind of thing happens a lot, where we make mistakes and then we realize that Unstable Universe also made the same mistake, and it just happens. It's really convenient how that turns out. How all you have to do is just work at their same production level, and you end up making the same mistakes. What did the statue at the end mean? The statue at the end was meant to be Watto. I'll show you at the end when we get there, but it's meant to be a statue of Watto that's sort of decayed. It's like the Watto monument. That was kind of the idea. Watto built it himself. So, yeah, we'll see. You'll see the resemblance. Hello, I cannot join the stream, but I wanted to stay hi. What do you mean you can't join the stream? What do you... Watto, you can't join my stream? But you've been... Oh. No, he's right. He's right. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, let's move back on. Let's get over it. Let's get this over with. Let's move on to the part where the final thing happens. So, so was the Piglin diplomacy scene always intended to be rushed, or was it due to budget? The Piglin diplomacy scene was meant to be rushed. That whole thing was an intentional time lapse. We didn't even narrate over that. We just messed around. Yeah, well, I'll talk about it more when we get there. But yeah, no, that was intentionally a time lapse. I'll call it when it is or isn't. What is this a parody of? Okay. Well, welcome, stable mafia member. Clearly, just roll back the VOD. I'm not explaining for the 30th time. Let chat tell you. Look, it's not your fault you're a member of the stable mafia. It's okay. It's better to be a member of the stable mafia than to be a member of the unstable mafia. There, I've said it. Okay. What to bring up here? We got everyone to wear the right armor trim for this. Another, like, absurd tiny detail nobody probably noticed, but remember how I said that purple was the one for wind charging? Well, everyone's wearing purple, so perfect. All's in order. Now I have to ask, what did you think of this scene? Like, both stable and unstable mafia. What's, do you like the writing? Am I a genius? Because this is possibly... Okay. Here, I'll ask the question better. Maybe this is wrong. It's a parody. Whatever. Never mind. I'm not going to ask it that way. I was going to ask if this is... you're not the right people to answer that question. One of my complaints about Unstable Universe is that I feel like they don't use physics right. There have actually... So obviously I've been in recordings, and sometimes I will ask them, or they'll ask me to do a thing, to do some technical thing. And I'll try it, and I'll be like, oh no, this is patched on paper, we can't do this. And they'll say, let's just do it anyway. I don't know if I have that many examples of that off the top of my head, but what I was going to ask is, like, do you think this is fitting for the normal kind of technical clever solutions they come up with in Unstable? And I realize the answer is no. Technically, they're not as ridiculous as launching 30 million blocks with like 6 players, but why do they use paper? I don't know. They have to get the plugins they want. Which is very ironic because there's a lot of things that happen on Unstable, like breaking Bedrock, that don't work. I thought the point of Unstable Universe was that it had all exploits. In the first episode, yes, but then after that, no. They literally do the exact same thing in their videos. No, they don't. They have this launch, but not this, like, comically far launch. Actually, something I'd see in an Unstable Parrot video. Okay, but, like, are you saying that because you are the kind of person who doesn't watch Unstable? Or are you the person who does? Because I feel like someone who actually watches wouldn't say they see this kind of scene. Unstable would be such a good server to play. No, it wouldn't. I mean, I guess if you use logic, it would be. It would be a terrifying server to live in. It's not safe. But yeah, to get this scene to work, I had to really just ask everybody to forget all sense of self-preservation, and I literally just told them, chase Watto down a hallway, I'm going to block you up, do everything in your power to let me wall you in, and then don't do anything after that. That's why in this scene, as I'm running down, wait. You see that I start placing blocks, and they're running away. They're trying to run back into place because they're trying really hard to get into position for my thing to work. And even after all the effort of them trying so hard to get themselves trapped, they end up in like a 1x3 space. It's not even a 1x1. And so we then had to use World Edit because their hitboxes were pushing each other out. We had to just use World Edit to forcefully like set block the space so that they'd end up in a real 1x1. That is how impossible this actually is. They tried their best to get trapped and it still didn't work without cheats. But yeah, then absolute cinema. It's so good. This is a cut between two different takes. One where we have one where I launched with just them, and a second take where we filled it with a bunch of chickens to launch a little higher. And I just unseamlessly cut them together. But yeah. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed. All right. We're finally to the close lands. I was about to say Firelands. I couldn't remember what they were called. So let's actually tab back to the Minecraft one. I like that you start at the start. You said we can't miss a single jump, we'll die. Yeah, that's one of the ones that frustrates me because it's kind of fake. Here, let me talk about it on the way. Remember how I said the first like 7 minutes? The first 7 minutes were recorded a second time, like after the fact. The first time we recorded the first 7 minutes, that actually happened. That was real. I said if we miss a single jump, we die. As I was jumping, and then I actually died, and everyone in call was laughing. It was great. But then on the re-record, I wanted to keep that joke in, so I faked it. Kind of. I did try my best to make the jump, and I did fail, but I kind of knew I was going to fail because it was kind of an impossible jump. So, kind of inauthentic, but it kind of makes me mad that people found that one of the funniest things when it's just such a... I feel like it's one of the lower level jokes. Anyway, that's not my fault. People find funny what they find funny. That's what YouTube is like, is you will end up just putting a lot of effort into some things and no effort into others, and that's completely unrelated to what people actually find funny. Funny cuts are a classic. That's true. I know. It's just such a basic joke. It's so basic. But yeah, welcome to the stable... That's not what this is called. Welcome to the closed lands. So the way this works is obviously I took the far lands, I rotated it on its side with World Edit. But what you might not know is the way I got this was I took a download of the far lands and I very carefully took one chunk of it, like one segment, and I edited the edges of it so that they could be repeated. So on this axis, you can keep going and you will see the same repeating pattern over and over. And I did that so that I could make the far lands really wide. Like, okay, you can notice, say, maybe this, and that should repeat about here. So that's, you know, I think that's a duplicate, or it's this. I don't know. I lost track, but yeah, this repeats. So that just made it easier for production. I didn't do it on this axis, so that's why you can see a very obvious seam. But I didn't care. Who cares? Literally, who cares? So welcome to the train station. This train is it's largely copied from my train escape video. Like, the track is an exact clone, I think. The train itself we redesigned, but it's like the same aspect ratio, the same like structure. The way we wanted the train scene to work was you have to ender pearl into this hole to get inside. And obviously the purpose of that is so that when you're in the train and I have the train noises in the background, you can't see the fact that we're obviously not moving, because obviously it's an illusion. I never successfully pearled into this in the video, despite the fact that while building this, like I tried pearling in a couple times, and I was able fully fine to pearl in. I can't do it. See, I still can't do it. I was able to pearl in and just land normally. During recording, the actual recording session, it took me like 4 takes, and I never pearled in properly. There we go. Oh my gosh. I always pearled into the... It's so frustrating. Like, back at this, I ended up just leaving in a take where I pearled in. And just had to mine the train itself. Which I get that it's funny, but like I didn't want to do that. I wanted to actually pearl in legit. But yeah. Oh, here's a fun fact, guys. Did you know? I want a yes or no answer. I want a yes or no answer here, okay? Did you know that this is the first actual showcase of the Spinning Mafia before they're ever established? This is the first time they show up on camera before you even know what the Spinning Mafia is. Yes, you did know? Yes, yeah, I did, lol. That crazy. I'm glad all of you knew that. Well, I lied. You've been swindled. It's not even true. The first showcase of the Spinning Mafia is way back at 12 minutes into the video. It's over here. If you look very carefully. Ready for it? I don't know it. Okay, stop yapping about the compass. Come on. Let me do my comedic timing. I saw them in the village. Yeah, okay. All right, now people are saying they saw them in the village. Yeah, there we go. Spinning Mafia. That's why I said no. Okay, whoever said no, I'm going to take you guys as the honest ones. I'm going to assume everyone who said no knew the secret. And everyone who said yes is a liar. And mods, we don't condone lying. Get him out of here. You commented about him. Yeah. Get him out of here. They lied. It's so stupid. I don't even know if that's the first. No, that is the first. I know that for a fact. I had to think about it though. Anyway, let the train scene begin. Fake it. Do you know when they're going to be coming?
All right, everyone, tickets, please.
Okay.
You first, sir.
It's time to be quiet. How did you make the train move at the station? Okay. So, what I did was a command called... Wait. Yo, where's the scene? Where is it? Is it that short of a scene I can't get there with, like, the arrow keys? There it is. So, there's this command called //move. It's not /clone, it's world edit. But I just moved it like 1 block at a time, and then I sped up the footage. An annoying thing happened. Oh, I got really lazy there, didn't I? So would anybody like to calculate the G-forces on this? Does anybody want to like figure out what the G-forces on this train would be? Because I couldn't figure it out. But like you can just use the blocks and count. I'm sure you could calculate it. But yeah, anyway. Where can you watch this video? I'm sure you'll find it. Okay.
Hello? Could I have your ticket?
Yeah. Was the ticket part planned? Oh, you know where I'm going with this. You know why I'm playing this part. Nope. I don't think we would have laughed if this was planned. I don't think anyone would have laughed. This was, again, you give your friends the script and you let them run with it.
Could I have your...
And whatever happens, happens.
Just...
It's happening too much.
There seems to be a problem getting this ticket.
It's...
Can you please drop that man's ticket?
The bit went too far.
Shush.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your tickets, and have a great day.
Now. Okay, I don't know if people can even comprehend what's going on here, but Bored Yoshi the guy to the left, added an alt account onto the server because he wanted to have a bit where the person he's sitting next to, I don't know why he was doing this. I just let people do their bits. The joke he wanted was that the alt account was going to sit in the chair and be disguised as a pickaxe, which is he switched back and forth between a pickaxe dropped item and the actual thing. But okay, I don't know how this happened, but he had the alt just sitting there, invisible. And the way the G-Sit plugin works, the plugin that allows us to sit, is if you right-click a player, you sit on them. During the recording, we had no idea what was happening. I didn't realize this until I was watching the footage after the fact. But yeah, he's just sitting on the head of the alt. We had no clue what was happening here. We just let it happen. I just kept it going until... Because, okay, the joke was already meant to be that it's hard to open the door. We deliberately designed the door to be, like, senselessly hard to open. So we already were planning, like, okay, he keeps trying to press the button and he keeps trying to go through the door, and we laugh. But then I'm like, okay, I'm ready for the scene. The first thing that happens is he just ascends. No one could have anticipated this. It was so good. Like, you couldn't have planned it. I don't know. Like, the fact that the funniest way to make a scene happen is for something unintended to happen is so tragic, because how do you intend for something unintended? You can't. You just have to hope. You just have to get lucky. But yeah, it was beautiful.
It's very normal around these parts. It's their culture. It's their culture.
Right, yeah, sorry.
Just give me a second.
Okay, I think we... Also not intended, but I think Watto did this on purpose. I am pretty sure Watto deliberately cleared his invisibility to make me laugh. You'd have to ask him, because I don't know. Because there was no way his invisibility cleared the exact moment that I turned around. I have to believe he did it on purpose. We're good. We're good. We're good. Shh. We're good.
Oh, it's just in
I
time.
live a life of endless spinning. I wake up every morning still spinning, please.
Bro, shut up.
Again, the G-forces, you gotta imagine. But yeah, so yeah, that's the train scene. And that's what gave us hope that maybe this terrible video we were working on was actually worth it. This was already like day 4, and I thought... I'm such a genius. I thought we would finish this in like 2 recording sessions. This took weeks. So the fact that we were on day 4 and only this far in, I was feeling hopeless until I realized that we were having fun, and that's all that mattered. It was just friends having fun. Genuinely, I recommend doing something like this. I don't know. It was just such a quality experience. This wasn't about the video by this point. It was just about us making each other laugh for like weeks on end, which I think is a lovely thing. Was this scene intended for Watto to be 1876? Yeah. We went back and forth on purpose. Watto was trying to get people gaslit originally. Like, I don't think we even had the idea that he fakes his death by being 1786 exactly. I might have had a different idea for the ending. Watto was just trying to troll people. Like, that was his joke idea. He was like, I wonder if people will notice that I keep changing. So actually, I have to ask, for people who did watch this video, how far in did you ever notice that his account name was changing, if ever? Because it might have been obvious, but I really don't know. You'd have to tell me. Is there an extended cut? I mean, there's bloopers, which we'll get to. You noticed once, you never noticed. Really? Oh, wait, that's great! People didn't notice? Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, that's so perfect. Wow. Okay. Don't feel bad at all. I'm really grateful. That's so good, because I was worried it was obvious. But if it wasn't obvious, then it landed. That's good. Okay, that's good. It's good to hear. I'm using you guys for like therapy to reassure myself that my ideas actually landed, because I had no way of knowing. The sound that played when the train stops and the passengers bounce off the end of the carriage. Imagine. G-forces don't exist in Minecraft. It's okay. Except with Elytra. That's the only time they exist. Well, then again, it's not the G-forces that kill you, it's getting hit into something. So actually, no, they don't exist. You worry too much? I worry about everything. It's why my videos take so long. So, let's move on to the next scene. What happened here is I think, okay, Watto out of nowhere dropped the line, "It's so bare in here." And I thought it would be funny to shoot him, but I did not have, or do something. So I told him to say the line a second time, and the second time is what ended up in the video. I know, how fake, how fraudulent. It was intentional, but it was kind of improvised. Like he brought it up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you should say that line again. That should actually be in the video. Okay.
Do you think there's anything that spawns out here? This is so barren.
But that's also why you can see me already looking in my inventory, because I'm like getting ready to shoot him. Yeah, he's so funny. Watto is literally like, Watto's funnier than me, which I already knew. I knew that the whole time, but like, he just knows how to... Oh, he's so good. He's so good. I wish I was as funny as all my friends. My friends are all funnier than me, and that's my problem. Anyway, on to the Farlands, which the build team put way more effort into than we intended. They actually kind of made something somewhat cool. Like, it's not incredible, because I told them not to make it incredible, because we didn't have time to make the entire Farlands. I said just build something quick. But, like, they actually tried. They didn't just mess around. They actually tried making things, which was kind of cool. So yeah, here's our recreation of the Farlands. It's just sort of a ring of stuff. I had to go in and get rid of all the light sources, because the people who built the redstone put redstone torches, which is forbidden. Who's the build team? Oh, just like the same people as the actors. Just anyone who was online. We kind of just... Like, okay. I don't know how to phrase... I have a very unprofessional way of building, or of making videos. Largely what was going on was while we were recording, anytime we didn't have the actors, like Watto was off busy. He was like at school or something. College, you know what I mean. But anytime he was away and I couldn't record, we instantly switched from recording mode to building mode. So we were sort of building the sets as we went, but the set building team, who again was the same as the actors, were ahead, so that by the time we got to recordings, we already had the sets. We weren't always ahead. There were times that we caught up and we had to build the sets on the spot, but at least for scenes like this, anytime we weren't recording, we would come over and work on this, so that by the time we got here, it was finished. Which was a decently efficient way of doing it. It kind of makes sure that you're always working. Anytime you're not doing the one thing and you're like sort of pace locked because you can't record, you're doing the other thing. I think actually Jammin did most of the work, at least on a lot of this. I don't know who did all the redstone. I think Jammin did a lot of it, but then some redstoner people came in to mess around and build some silly redstone stuff. Like there's a lever that's next to some block display TNT, and the lever activates a wind charge that flicks the lever back. So it's like they built a ton of stuff that no one's ever going to see. I think I built the houses. I'm pretty sure I built these houses. Maximum built the Eye of Horus because he was like, oh ha ha ha, so funny. Horus sounds like Horus. So we made that canon. That's like just Horus built this, you know, that as in the like the Egyptian that thing, not Horus the actual builder. So that's how we made up for the fact that we don't have Horus the actual person. You didn't remove the glowstone. What was that about? There is a scene where there wasn't removed glowstone. Yeah, I did notice that. I will justify that when we get there. What's the red and white wolf thing? I don't know. It's like just like sort of a tent thing. Like this is a pillar. So you can imagine this is sort of some kind of tarp, I guess. A lot of this was made really quickly, of course, because this is, to be clear, this is higher effort than it was supposed to be. it was meant to look like a choppy, like low quality recreation because I feel like, in my opinion, Unstable Universe is largely carried by the fact that all the sets are really cool. That's just my opinion. And so I kind of wanted to juxtapose that by having like really, really low quality sets. And this one's like fine. So, oh, and one final thing, subtle thing, but of course, in the original Farland Civilization, you might know, as Unstable Mafia might know, the statue in the center is originally a statue of Horus holding a World Edit wand. That's why in our parody, it's a World Edit wand holding Horus. That's the joke. I didn't realize that I didn't mention that, but yeah, that's the funny. Anyway, is that crops in the middle? It's not. It's actually literally just lilacs. The whole thing is lilacs. I just wanted a pink color there. Should have made it sponges. I'm too stable for these subtle jokes. Yeah, this is what I mean. That's what I was saying earlier, is if you're someone who doesn't watch Unstable, this video might still be funny, but you don't get necessarily why certain things are funny. Because the references run deep in some cases. I even forgot some of the references. But yeah, to continue. No. I'm so stupid. Oh my gosh, chat. Chat, did you see that? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I missed that. Wait, look closely. Oh my gosh, chat. No! There's smoke! There's smoke! I'm an idiot! How did I not see the smoke? Smoke can only come from one source. That means there's a campfire. Oh, man. And campfires are a light source. Dang it. There's another mistake. Oh, that's devastating. Entire video debunked. Oh, no. That's so obvious, too. It's literally like a beacon indicating that it's a light source. It gives such an obvious hint that I didn't see it. The campfire is visible on screen. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think that literally is just the campfire. Well, it got light suppressed. Yeah, sure. It's not generating light. It got light suppressed. It's... Uh-huh. I didn't think about that. The concept that the light... That the Night Vision Mafia might use a light suppressor. But I didn't bother using that idea. The Farlands is a safe space? No... Because I didn't want that to be the case. Because it was meant to be that they took all the light on the server. So, you know, I got rid of the torches. So, like, guys, okay, think of it this way. Literally every pocket of lava in the Nether has also been taken. Which means they had to mine through the whole Nether, not get all the gold, just to get rid of all the lava, and then put all of the, like, netherrack back. They went through everything. Which, of course, is also making fun of the fact that in Unstable, the Invisible Mafia gets rid of every single vault on the server so that no one can get maces. So remember, every ridiculous thing I do is for a reason. It's not just to be absurd. It is also because the Unstable Universe is insane. Anyway, we should continue. Don't conduits give a small amount of light? Okay, we'll get to that. Shut up. Let's skip through this. Nothing interesting even happens here. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. Haha, wardens are funny. The point here is meant to be that, like, if you're allowed to... Okay. This infuriates me to no end. How come Parrot, who is creating his story, goes... He gets to write the rules. He gets to write his entire story. He says, I was given a test. I had to pick 5 items to defeat a Wither with. And then he, the person writing the story, decides one of his 5 items is going to be a giant pit full of chickens. How is that an item? That's not an item. If you're allowed to do that, I'm allowed to do this. Ridiculous. And so I was so mad that I made all three of us do the same joke. Because I think that's what a real farmer would do. We would just spawn a pit full of wardens. What would you guys do? If you had to pick 5 items, but one of the items is allowed to be a pit full of one entity, what would your 5 items be to kill your wither with? Wait, it's 1876. It is, and then it's 1786. You like that? You like that? It's both. Haha, I'm so funny. Look at all the times you never noticed 1786. 1 million zombies? What would the million zombies do? What? Pit full of ender dragons. Okay, guys, how is the ender dragon gonna kill the wither? Elytra and rockets. Okay. It's not a weapon, though. Pit full of TNT. Pit full of pits. Crash the server. Okay, guys. You're meant to kill the wither. The goal is to kill the wither. I like the idea of pit full of TNT. Pit full of shulkers. Pit full of shulkers. No, guys, don't you know the real answer is a pit full of genies? A pit full of people who also are doing the test. Guys, you don't have to do a pit full. I'm just saying you're allowed to do a pit as one of your items. A pit full of Stalin. Okay, this is getting too far. I like the TNT idea. I think that could work. A pit full of primed TNT. I don't know how the like proctors of the test would set it up, but yeah, you could do it. Okay, so this stream is already longer than the video, so we kind of need to start skimming through some things. A pit full of trolley problem. Guys, okay, we're moving on. A pit... A pit full of skeletons and tower. That's a good reference. That's a good reference. A pit full of today's sponsor, Odoo. Yeah, so... Here, let's talk about some funny things. So, guys... Do you like our butterfly? Do you like our pet butterfly, chat? Do you like our pet... How many of you guys... How many of you guys noticed our pet butterfly named James? In the background. I think the way that James did this... I don't remember. Obviously, he's using some kind of hack client. Like, I'm pretty sure he has Meteor. Okay, if anyone didn't see, I'll just, like, point it out. It's over here. But I think he's using Meteor client. I don't know why he's constantly standing and sitting. I don't remember how he did that. But yeah, he's just our pet butterfly. A pit full of Jack Blacks. Guys, we're moving on. We're moving on. I thought it was just a name tag freaking out. Yeah. But, yeah, so then time-lapse begins. The travel montage. So here's the first thing that happened in the travel montage. I don't know how many people noticed this. But, the first time we recorded this, Watto and Avatar both failed this jump. And so again, it's one of those things where something funny happens on the first take, and you tell yourselves, okay, that was funny, let's do that on the second take. So I told my actors, Watto and Avatar, I said, okay, I want both of you to fail this jump. And what's going to happen is I'm going to turn around and notice that both of you failed the jump. And be like, what? Where did they go? First problem, Avatar and Watto were ahead of me. And how am I meant to turn around and watch them fail the jump if they jump before I do? Now, let's watch the play-by-play very carefully. Watto succeeds at the jump, and I watch him succeed, and I'm like, okay, we already messed this up. We already messed up the bit, because I'm supposed to jump first. And so I'm like, okay, guys, we messed up the jump. Let's turn around. I think I told Watto, I think I said out loud to Watto, okay, Watto, you're meant to jump after me so that I don't see you succeed. And Watto, brilliant, beautiful man. I cannot express how much he is funnier than me. He's like, okay. And he jumped back and did it a second time. And So it makes no sense. And thus, it ended up in the final cut. That was not meant to be the real take. But yeah, I decided to keep it because it's very funny. And then time progresses. We travel in silly ways. Haha, so funny. So funny. We're in the minecart. You didn't even notice that? Yeah, exactly. Because, okay, I'll make sure to go through the time-lapse scenes very slowly so we can see some of those things. Because there's a lot of stuff we do during the time-lapse. And that's one of the ones that I really like. Chat is never going to stop making the pit full of jokes. Oh, we've started the new inside joke. Oh no. Oh no, it's all they're saying now. It's just a pit full of things. A pit full of time-lapse. Yeah, okay. Let's talk about another example of when editing Ken feels like I need to rush through the video because I don't feel like I like the jokes in the original. What happened here is, what's meant to happen is we come across the Slowness Mafia. And it's like, oh no, a mafia got to us. And then, haha. Now, here's the deal. This is not funny if you keep this scene in where we're laughing at how slow the Slowness Mafia is. It's not funny if you then do the second ones, right? Because it's meant to be rule of thirds. I'm kind of just explaining the joke, which kind of ruins the funny, but whatever. You're watching the stream. You wanted this, I think. It's meant to be a rule of thirds, right? It's like slowness, then it's Turtle Master, then actually stationary was improv, so it turned out to be 4. And then the twist is Conduit Mafia. But the joke runs dry if you milk it too much in the first one. So nobody who I sent this to liked this. Like, Watto said I should keep this in, but I ended up literally like cutting out the whole scene. That's why you hear narration here. I literally just cut out the invisible or the Slowness Mafia part. Like right here. I will activate third stasis and send them into the void. Anyway, I realized they don't make good content to fight, so we kind of just splashed swiftness and walked away. Yeah, I just skipped it. I cut it out of the video because, like, I don't know. It's partly because the acting was really bad in that scene. It's hard to explain because I didn't show you it, but it was just so flimsy. I don't know. Again, this is the big battle between me trying to make an unstable universe video, which is meant to be dragged out and long, versus me, who makes short videos. Those two conflicting with each other. And in that case, the ADHD version won. Then we move on to the beautiful Turtle Master Mafia, which, again, made this up as we went. You know how this is making fun of the fact that Unstable often doesn't use logic? Well, my good friend Maximum G9 was also complaining about the fact that my video doesn't use logic. Now, my video doesn't use logic on purpose, right? That's sort of the joke, it's like chaotic. But he didn't like the fact that Turtle Master Mafia would just walk around slowly. Because he's like, bro, you could just crouch jump. And I was like, yeah, but don't crouch jump. He crouch jumped anyway. Which was fine, it was funny, but he was just like rolling his eyes at the fact that the Mafia could move so much faster if they wanted to. Which I thought was fine. It was funny. But it was also improvised. I'm starting to think Echo went to sleep. Yes, chat, I also noticed that I think the one moderator in chat went to sleep. You shouldn't point it out. Okay, here. I'll moderate. We are the spamming Mafia. Chat, what did I say? Chat, what did I say? I shouldn't have pointed out that the only moderator went to sleep. I probably should. That was probably a blunder, wasn't that? That was probably... Can mod me. Make the spammers mod. You've become the very thing you swore to destroy. Actually, kind of the opposite of that. You've become the very thing that swore to destroy you. Wait, chat just went so much faster. Wait, you guys are going so much faster, aren't you? Okay. Maybe this is a good thing. We proceed. Actually, I'm fine moderating Bored Yoshi, if Bored Yoshi's still in chat. I actually don't know. Okay. Okay. Yeah, spamming is pretty much a guaranteed way to make sure I don't see your message. We are the chat mafia. The chat is riled up. They are fervorous. So let's proceed until the conduit mafia. Now, you guys have been pointing out that conduits generate light, and yes, I know this. So do portals. We went through a portal. So do sea lanterns. Now, my explanation for this scene, okay, my justification is that, okay, here's my headcanon. I think the Conduit Mafia is still actively at war with the Night Vision Mafia. Because think about it. If once the Night Vision Mafia completes their objective, that defeats the entire existence of Conduit Mafia. Like, they die. You genocide the whole Conduit Mafia if you succeed as the Night Vision Mafia, getting rid of all the light. So, obviously, for the Conduit Mafia to exist, they must, like, still be at odds. They must still be, like, fighting for their life. So I imagine that they're still alive. They're still there. But clearly, they must disappear eventually, because eventually the Night Vision Mafia completes their goal. And I realized that the Conduit Mafia is canonically still there after. So that might be a plot hole. Well, chat really is doing everything in their power to be in the timed out mafia. Anyone caught not being banned from the server. I don't even know if these messages. I don't even know if some of these are being sent. I should just put everyone in timeout. Wait, that's the meta. Mute the entire chat. Yeah. But I don't know. That's my headcanon. Because how else would the Conduit Mafia exist? Conduits generate light. We're just gonna make this the whole chat. Chat, this is not funny. This isn't a real joke. This is not an actual joke. This is not a legitimate joke. That's my headcanon. You made it. Shush. Now the glowstone. Oh, we'll get to the glowstone. I will talk about the glowstone. Moving on. Okay, so we have the conduit power fight, and let's get to the time lapse. The time lapse is the next thing. We could talk about Avatar teleporting. Perhaps we should. So, I want to explain why I kept in the thing about Avatar saying, "Can I TP here?" in a second. Because here's a dark secret about Unstable. This happens in recordings all the time. During fights, since the fights in Unstable are not scripted, they are as scripted as these ones are, in that they're not. Maybe the outcome is. When Parrot escapes something and runs off, every other actor is doing the same thing, and everyone loses each other all the time. I think they've gotten better at it, but at least in the recordings I've been in, after like 20 minutes of trying to find each other, even if they message coordinates, because I know they do that. You might be saying, yeah, they message their coordinates to each other and then find each other. Sometimes, even so, it's hard to get there because either the coordinates are really far out or everyone is looking for a certain thing. Like, everyone is in search of something, so it doesn't matter if you know their coordinates. No one knows the coordinates of what you're looking for. I just find it funny that they keep, like, having to teleport to each other, like, in between the scenes. So, it's kind of a perfect thing that Avatar said that. It was good improv. Did you see my G-forces numbers? No, I didn't. Wait, you finished? Wait, send them. How many G-forces did we sustain? I can't believe you calculated it that fast. Are you the Run the Numbers Mafia? Your name is Nan. How is that possible? I guess you're not one of the numbers. A pit full of G-forces. 574 in Minecraft Gs and 1,872 Earth Gs. I didn't know they were different, but makes sense. Okay, so I'll take the 574 number since it's Minecraft. That is Yeah, that's fatal. That's what we call fatal. Yeah. 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 Oh well. Okay, let's get to the time lapse because I wanted to. I think there's a couple interesting things that happen in this scene. Because time lapses are fun. You get to pack them with bits, and people only watch them if they watch them very slowly, or only notice them if they watch very slowly, which encourages people to loop back around and generate more watch hours. How do you watch the bloopers? Watch to the end and find out. Which accidentally says too much. So the first thing that happened here is we kind of just messed around. Watto built those. Don't blame me for how suspicious they look. He did that on purpose. Okay, so don't you just love the like 780p? This isn't 780p anymore, is it? Or 720p, I mean. This is not 720p. So one of the jokes is, ha 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 ha, what if we're mining and we're back in the nether roof? What I wanted this to be was that it's like some journey. Like, what would you do on a journey? Like a journey. You'd camp out and you'd play games. I didn't notice that was in the video. Well, so like we're singing songs. We're singing travel songs. Look, we're singing travel songs, guys. The bloopers is only for members. Members don't exist. Don't worry. Yeah, someone spawned a laze in the background. We're like, yeah, like travel songs. 99 bottles of pits full of wardens. Okay, and then we're playing games. This is us playing a card game we made up called something pressure plate. I don't know. But the way you play the game is on your turn you get to replace the pressure plate with a different pressure plate, and so I think Watto was trying to do an illegal move where you place pressure plates on the floor nearby, which you were not allowed to do. I think my main play that I kept doing was iron pressure plate. I think that's sort of my main. Yeah. Like, that's usually what I go for. It's usually my winning move. Unfortunately, it didn't work because Watto always plays bamboo pressure plate. As much as I tried playing iron as retaliation. Yeah, then we fought the Darkness Mafia for a second. During these whole scenes, you have to remember, we know... Dude, look at the compression. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's just reset that. This can't be right. This can't be the real compression. Wait. Okay, that's a bit better. But compression mafia. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to mention that for these scenes, I don't think the actors fully knew what I was trying to tell them to do. I was basically saying, hey, so we're going to record in such a way that you don't have to speak, but don't try that hard. I just need you to do a lot of stuff for a long time. So we spent a good, 2 hours just doing nonsense. Just doing fight scenes. And they're doing this unpaid. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, then there's the whole Malgoshwag scene. That one is fun. Okay, so remember how I said that my goal originally was to upload this video on March 31st, and I said that was an exercise to the viewers to figure out why? Well, part of the reason, not the full reason, but part of the reason, I'll tell you. It's because of the Minecraft movie. I wanted this to come out before the Minecraft movie, which, oops. Well, anyway, because it came out after, I felt I had the opportunity to throw in some, retcon in some references. So obviously this wasn't originally what the name of the Piglin Mafia was going to be, but it gave me a pretty good opportunity for a joke. So Malgoshwag would not have existed if I had did this video on time. So let's take that as a lesson, that if you wait, you get to add 1 extra joke. Actually, 2 extra jokes, because I think there's a second reference to the Minecraft movie, which also wouldn't have been included. You missed the mark by a couple days. I know, a couple days. Anyway, I can't watch this. You can totally tell this is just me invisible casting a fishing rod. Uh, Let me switch to a lower frame. Let's switch back. We need to go back to the compression mafia for this one, unfortunately. Yeah. Let me just get to the. I want to show the gold part. Dude, the compression's just beautiful. Yeah. Maybe we just skip this. Okay. I just want to show one thing. Okay, chat. How many of you guys have heard of Trapper Dapper? That's what I wanted to get to. Who has watched a Trapper Dapper video? If the name doesn't sound familiar, perhaps this will sound familiar. He's the guy who made Can I Beat Minecraft Without Sapphire? Okay. Okay, it's sort of a 50-50. That's fine. Well, at least I have a reference for some of the people in chat. Let me see if I can get there. Dude, the compression, it's just so... It's peak. There's one frame in here that's just meant for you guys. Here. You'll know it if you see it. Okay, let's increase the compression on this. Or decrease the compression, my bad. Do you guys get the joke? Do the Trapper Dapper enjoyers get the joke? Someone's saying, oh. It's the Bastion. Yeah, everybody kind of already knew it's the Bastion. Yeah, it's the Bastion. Yeah. I just had to pay homage to, the legendary parody accounts. The legendary parody artists. Yeah, I tried my best to make the scene as accurate as possible, yeah. It's the classic. You missed it? Oh, don't blame yourself if you missed it. It's only on frame for, let's see, how many frames? Come on, YouTube, please. Okay. 1, 2. Yeah, it's on frame for 2 frames. But yeah, there's the reference. If you know, you know. Anyway, if you don't know, you should watch Trapper Dapper. You'll get the reference pretty quickly, I think. Actually, you kind of have to watch a few videos to realize the pattern, but whatever. Yeah. Let's move on. Let's move on from the time-lapse. Let's move on from the buffering mafia. I like how you can just see A. Lamar already this early into the video during the United Nations speeches. What were we gonna bring up? Someone wanted me to bring up something about the Piglin scene. Yeah, basically that this was intentionally time-lapse. I just realized you can see shroom lights. That's really scuffed. You can also see entire lava lakes. We cleared out a lot of the lava on purpose, but we only cleared out the lava for a 400 block wide area. I think we flew out of range of the bounds. Because, okay, I know for a fact I got rid of the shroom light, okay? I intentionally cleared every glowing thing. I even got rid of the brown mushrooms, okay? So this scene, clearly we flew offset. Because in the set, I know I got rid of the shroom light. We'll get to the glowstone chat. Alright, now onto this. That did not progress the plot at all. And I got so much ad revenue from it.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it. Okay, you know what? Point is, we finally made it. 8 million blocks out. Oh yeah, I don't know if I ever said this, but the joke I'm trying to get at with all the ores is... This is such an obscure read, but okay. I'll explain the best way to show why this is meaningful to me. When I was commissioned to make the Spawn prison for Unstable Universe, I noticed that Spawn, World Spawn, on Unstable looked mostly untouched. That's partly because it's a fake server, obviously. Now, this is meant to be a server that thousands and thousands of people play on, so obviously it's ridiculous. But that was fine. What I noticed that infuriated me is all the ore was still there. There's a massive cave out Unstable Spawn. There's this big opening right in front of Spawn, and all the iron ore, and it goes deep enough for diamond too, is just sitting there. And I tried to make that joke, I think here. You can see that there's diamonds right at the starter base. There's one that literally has torches on it. But we kind of ran with that more and more. I'll show you other examples of it, but this is not just a problem with Spawn. It really breaks the immersion, in my opinion, that that the world is very clearly not actually lived in. Who is Trapper Dapper? No, sorry, I might have. It's Trapper Dapper. TRAPP. Yeah. That should get you it. You can just search that. You wondered about that? Yeah. That was what that was meant to be referencing. Hence the ancient debris. That didn't cave. That cave didn't feel like it had a lot of gold. Guess we mined the gold. I don't know. This is really just a stream of me explaining the jokes. I don't know what I'm even doing anymore. Anyway, guys, you want to guess how I got this scene? Like 8 million blocks out so we can get back to our original goal of building the farming district. All we have to do...
Yeah.
So, the easy part about that scene was getting the texture pack. All I had to do was ask a friend to... I asked on my server, hey, does anybody have a texture pack that makes nether portals? And someone just Googled it. I don't know why I didn't Google it, but good clutch. So that was easy. I got the texture pack. How funny. It's light blue stained glass. The hard part was getting Alamar. Now, if you don't know who Alamar is, he makes parody videos of his own. He's another parody person. You know, again, gotta pay homage to the classics. He made the original Unstable parody, but also he's made a parody on me. Now, this made it really awkward for me to try and contact the person. Now this... I knew he would have been fine to feature. But... I don't know. I have social anxiety, so... I decided I wasn't going to because I was too shy. Jammin ended up doing it for me. Jammin was like, well, yeah, too bad. I'll just ask Alamar myself. And she asked Alamar if he wanted to be in the video while I was recording this. So that's why you see him earlier. Alamar, this guy who's got his own things to do, joins our recording because just out of invitation, out of nowhere, while we're in the middle of like giving mock speeches at the United Nations. He walks in on us doing this, having never met any of us. And we're just like, hey, do you want to feature? But yeah, thanks to Jammin, we got the legendary Alamar feature. And hence, this glorious scene. Where did you even get... I don't know what you're referring to, sorry. Wait, hold on. Wait, give that back. Why are you taking our portal? What?
Because it generates light. You're not getting back, bro.
Huh?
Haven't you realized yet? The lava, the torches, the glowstone, the sun? We're removing them all for a reason.
Wait. Watto. Isn't that the same? Wait. Look. That's... She really jammed her head with this one. Okay, listen, chat. Jammin has... This doesn't matter to anyone, but Jammin was talking to me about this. She has a reply chain on her comment that, okay, a lot of people probably saw it, clearly. I mean, one person is referencing the joke. Everyone responded to Jammin's comment saying she really jammed her head with this one. The reason it was kind of annoying to her, well, not really annoying, joke annoying, was it started with people who were actually in her community, like her actual like friends from her server, not even from mine. But then, because monkey brain see pattern, monkey brain copy pattern, it exponentially grew into just everyone. So it wasn't really annoying. It was just kind of like ridiculous that it started as just a joke with friends, but everybody else saw the joke, so they just started copying it. And now Jammin has to deal with those same people on her videos because I guess they migrated. So now even on her video, the comments are starting to be filled with, she really jammed her head with this one. But yeah, Ken only read 3 of my messages. Yeah, sorry, I figured it out. I realized you were talking to the other person about the thing. I'm bouncing back and forth between chat, but yeah, I get it. Yeah, my bad. I'm trying my best. Where should we go next? I'm trying to think. I should probably briefly show off some more sets. Let's do that, just so we don't get too far behind. Because we are getting behind. I kind of like how you can see some of the basics of the script. I'll show this at the end, actually. We can maybe compare. I'll read all of this later, but sort of the rough draft of the script. We have the Fireland civilization. It is blown up, of course. Now, an awkward thing happened. In the video, you can see the command blocks we used for one of the scenes here. I got rid of them, but I got rid of them too late. You'll notice the entire water, we placed blue concrete just to make the water bluer, but I didn't realize that it was placed everywhere, so that looks pretty bad. But yeah, here's the damage. In case anybody wanted to see, just sort of chronologizing this before I delete the world and delete all the memories. Oh yeah, you guys want to guess how I built the Firelands? I did a whole lot of //stack, which is neat and all, until you get to the point where you realize you accidentally //stacked lava. So on one end of the Firelands, there's actually like, well, okay, we got rid of it, but this almost showed up in the video, that lava, like we were tridenting by. Luckily, Avatar noticed it and pointed it out, so we got rid of it, but yeah, that's kind of funny. I literally just stacked the world, the Firelands, and this isn't even how Firelands actually generate. This is not what the real Firelands look like. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so that's what happens when you /stack. Let's look at the UNM. Let's look at the Conduit Mafia. I forgot about that. This is this area. What? What? I left that in? Oh yeah, right, because I didn't care. Because if this area still has light sources, then clearly the Night Vision Mafia hasn't been here. This is actually attention to detail, isn't it? The fact that there are shroom lights here is because... Wait. What is this? Huh? Okay. Sure. Sure. Anyway, moving on. We got the University of New Mexico. Oh, actually, over here we have this. I just realized this is the Trapper Dapper joke. Haha. It's the same fortress in all of his videos. Here we have these piglins. They have no AI. So here's a fun fact about no AI piglins. If you give them gold, they will just observe. They've been like this for months now. They just don't stop. James. Yeah. Oh my gosh, James, we should talk about Lied. Okay. Okay, guys. So here's the thing about having James charges it on your recording crew. So James has got better things to do than be in my videos, and that includes traveling long distances on 2B2T, okay? I know his exact coordinates, by the way. No, I actually don't. I don't know his current coordinates. But anyway, he travels on 2B2T a lot, because he's James charges it, you know. I only hope that Lied watched this video. He's had this problem on the 2B2T highways, where, you know, obviously he's speed hacking through, right? And that kind of involves little input from you. You're basically automating speeding through. I'm not the best person to explain. Doesn't matter. Point is, it works at its best when you don't have to do anything and you can just move in a straight line on the highway for absolutely no reason. The specific highway he was on, I'm going to tell the full story, James. The South Highway specifically, in the Nether, kept being blocked. So this is the Nether Highway you basically had hit through. This one guy named Lied, I think, I'm literally going to dox his exact name. I think it's this. I think that was how it was spelled, with underscores like that. I could be fully wrong. That's what I remember it being. This guy named Lied, every, like, 500 blocks, places a crafting table, pulls out, like, a shulker box or something, and places signs to say Lied was here, and then leaves the crafting table behind. And it is that? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. And so, like, every 500 blocks, there's just a lie. There's just There's just a crafting table blocking you, completely stopping you from speeding down the highway, and you have to stop, like, go back in to control it, readjust. I just know that it was inconvenient because he was screaming in frustration the entire time. Anytime we were, like, between recordings and he was traveling down the highway. And now, the rest of us, we love Lyde. We honor Lyde, because Lyde is great, and Lyde was here. He had the audacity to put a sign every time he blocked the highway, saying that he was the one who did it. So, in honor of that, people named... Okay, I'm not going to tell you what this one was originally called, okay? We had to censor that one. But yes, we love Lyde. We love Lyde. Unless you're James. Then you do not love Lyde. Oh, we also have an Abraham Lincoln seats. We never ended up using them. Alright, moving on. Piglins are missing. I have no clue what happened to them. Because remember, it's less a video about making the audience laugh and more a video about making your friends laugh. And making your friends laugh involves, you know, laughing at their downfall. Is that a Bedrock Caves member? Yes. Oh, yeah. James is on the Bedrock Caves. Yeah, he is. OG Bedrock Caves member. I think he was in the older Bedrock Caves as well. The one that the like developer, the test version we did that wasn't streamed. You laughed too? Yeah, you're allowed to laugh, but the goal is to make ourselves laugh. Because if we're laughing, everyone's laughing. What did France do? I don't know. I kind of feel like people overdo the laughing at the French joke. Like the whole, like, we hate the French. It's fine, though. It's like I don't know. I just feel like it's an overdone joke. I'm not saying it's a racism thing. I'm just like, it's overdone. But, that's why Avatar got rid of the French flag. And after I put it back, everyone got very mad and got rid of it again. Oh yeah, you like me just casually doing parkour civilization? Look, I'm reading chat as I'm doing the parkour, okay? You should be amazed I did one jump, okay? I'm different, I hate the Danish. This guy gets it. Sorry, your name is looking awfully... Oh, it's not Danish. Ah, right. Remember, the people who have the most reason to hate a certain ethnicity, or not an ethnicity, the people who have the reason most to hate a certain nationality are the people in the country right next door. You will always find the biggest haters in the adjacent countries. So yeah, that actually completely checks out. Yeah, no, yeah, that perfectly added up. I was confused and then I wasn't. Okay, let's continue.
The Night Vision Mafia. Soon the entire server will see the world the way we see it.
So that's what you've been doing. You've been giving them our coordinates this entire time. That's why they keep finding us. Yeah, yada yada. Okay, let's cut to the part where... Alright. If you want to get a sense of how much... Okay, first thing first. People were complaining that there's lava in this scene. Guys, this is the Night Vision Mafia. They have all the light. They're allowed to use light. They have it. I'm sure they have I'm sure they have the sun, like, in a cage somewhere, okay? They're allowed to use it. Alright, that's thing number one. We'll get to thing number two later. Yeah, so I put a little bit too much effort into this because this was like a couple weeks ago. I wanted this video to be... I wanted to actually try. Like, I wanted to actually make art for a second. I was kind of bored of making slop. Because making slop for several months... Oh my gosh, think about this. I've been editing slop for months. You get tired of it. You want to build art. So I decided to have an actual little bit of fun, and I made this. Like, I spent like an afternoon, because I thought it'd be fun. And then it was back to the slop factory. But yeah. Sometimes I just feel the urge, you know, to make... To just actually try a little bit. This is a masterpiece. This video is not a masterpiece. Now, time for thing 2. We are on thing 2 now. Thing 1 was the lava. Thing 2, the glowstone. Okay. Let us confess. Let's start with this. I literally did not notice the glowstone. Now you might be thinking, isn't the glowstone in this scene very obvious? It's center frame. Yes, but that's only because you're going through the video quickly and you just got to the segment about how they're taking all the glowstone. Like, they finished taking all the light sources. You just watched that part and you're watching the final cut. I, on the other hand, in this very moment, am like developing like a fever. For one, I'm gonna blame the fever. For two, okay. I forgot. Three, I'm looking at James. I'm more focused on making sure we got the scene correct and not looking at the very obvious glowstone right in front of me. But finally, here's my final point. It doesn't matter, because look what side of the line it's on. It's on the night vision side. It's over there, okay? That, as far as we're concerned, may as well be Night Vision Mafia territory. Alright, that's my headcanon. Okay? They just left it there. Because it's their territory. They already have it. It's theirs. They don't need to take it. So stop commenting about it, please. There's no plot holes. Shut up. Wasn't the sun a private exploit? Yeah. They put the sun in the cage with a private exploit. Yeah. Why did you make a fake unstable vid? To send a message. It was about sending a message. I had to tell the world that escaping the Mafias was actually trivially easy. And I had to do it in as short a video as possible. And it only took 100 minutes. Hi Ken, gotta hate the algorithm for not recommending the stream earlier. A few questions. What was Lied 11 origin? Can I get... No, you can't get a shout out. Okay. Look, it's not as bad as you think. Lied 11 was originally named, and I quote here. And I didn't name it, okay? Someone else named it. It was Airplane Emoji 11. Okay, there you go. That's it. Now, 9/11 jokes, not funny. Airplane emoji 11 jokes, a little bit funny. Lied 11 jokes, very funny. So we kept it with that. Not funny. Okay, chat. Yeah, I know what you're gonna do. Yeah, whatever. Mods. Oh, there's no mods. Oh, gosh. Let's just move on. Someone ping everyone and say this. True. We should ping everyone and tell them to not make 9/11 jokes. Nothing will go wrong. Yeah, so this is the second example of me leaving behind ores for the joke. Where it's like, haha, why didn't anybody mine this gold? That's like right at the surface, haha. I love explaining every joke so that next time you watch this video, it's not funny to you anymore. Then we have the Rider Mafia. And again, I have to keep casting James because he's just so funny. Like, he's just so good at narrating the lines right. I don't know why, but he decided that for this scene, I guess it's because he was on 2BTT, he decided to be Fit MC. That's why in this, he calls himself the oldest mafia. He's doing a Fit MC parody of his own volition. He just decided to do that, yeah.
Hey, we're a chill mafia, alright? We're actually one of the oldest mafias on this server, and we have it off pretty bad. The problem is, ever since the Night Vision Mafia came to power and took away all of our lava, we've been having some issues, such as our speed has been greatly decreased. We might be the slowest mafia on this server.
You can't believe you missed it. Oh, you know what I fully didn't even mention? I forgot to even show James's most popular, like, or my favorite James feature. I'll briefly go over to it because one, we gotta see it again, and two, this scene was not planned. The only reason this happened, this is during the slowness section. I asked my friends, I was like, okay guys, so we're doing a rule of thirds here. The first mafia is Slow. The second is Turtle Master. What do you think the third is? Now, the answer, it was a trick question because there's no way they would guess that it was Conduit and it was the whole thing about how Conduit's blah, blah, blah. Jammin said Stationary, and I was like, nope, it's not Stationary. And then I thought about it for a bit, and I was like, we should probably have a Stationary Mafia. And hence, why would you
Okay.
even have that effect as a mafia?
Guys, either way, if the slowest mafia on the server are catching up to us, we really need to pick up the
I
pace.
know, okay? I'm trying to...
Fools! You've fallen into the hands of the stationary mafia! Get ready to feel our thunder!
He's so good. Nobody else can do the voice quite like him. Well, I mean, other people can, but he's the only person who has the audacity to keep up that voice without laughing. Yeah, and if anybody's wondering how this was done, it's the GSIP plugin. For some reason, you can right-click Snow to sit on it the same way you can with like stairs. And we noticed that, and we decided we would just... The funny thing is, I don't even think we planned this. I think we intended for this to just be Stationary Mafia just sits there, and that's the joke. It cuts there. We decided that would be it. But then we realized that you could sit in the snow, and that turned into the bit. They just start right-clicking the snow and sitting towards us. Which doesn't make any sense. I'm sure it probably confused people, because, like, you probably couldn't even tell. Like, if you don't know how the GSIP plugin works, it just looks like chaos. The original was boats? I don't think the original was boats. I think that was something someone suggested, but I think I said no to boats. I might be misremembering. But yeah, so I just wanted to explain that. Because, yeah, we can move on. Also improvised is... James turned on speed hacks for a second here, because, you know, he was also on 2BTT at the same time. He was just messing around, right? So he turned on speed hacks, and there's a blooper you'll see in the bloopers reel where he, we call him, oh, actually, I don't know if it is in the bloopers reel. We might have, whatever. He calls himself, like, what was it? Like Stride Saint Bolt. Everybody laughs, and then he falls off. And I decided that I wanted him to keep it. Or the line that I wanted to keep was, he said, other than me being the fastest member of the slowest mafia, yeah, it was just another one of those examples. I'm really slurring over my words. It was another example of someone just said something between recordings, and I was just like, you know what? That's canon now. And that's why out of nowhere he just starts going fast. He's the fastest member of the slowest mafia. So... we did do boats in a deleted scene, I think. I don't think we did. I think you're misremembering. I really don't think we used boats. I think we used boats in a test. I think someone did, but not during recording. I don't know. If this...
Slow Mafia. But you think we have it bad?
Is this video why you didn't have time for Watto's April Fool's vid? No. Good question, though. Remember how this was meant to be uploaded on March 31st? You know, this day. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Does my mouse even show on the stream? Oh, well. It does. Okay. I also mentioned how I was getting a fever here. The reason I didn't end up in Watto's thing was because I was bedridden. I guess I overworked myself, and I had to lay in bed for like an entire week, and moving hurt. So there's basically a time skip between here and here of like an entire week. So we were really exhausted in that last clip, and up to this point, halfway in, we are fresh. We are fully ready to go. Everybody has had time to cool down, and we locked in. And hence the beginning of the Sliding Mafia. But yeah, that's why I wasn't in Watto's on stage. I tried my best. I actually could have been in it, but I guess for the sake of my health, it was better not to. But I wanted to. Oh well. This way, right? This
Yeah,
must
I
be
think
it.
So
Okay. How do Sliding Mafia? Okay, chat, okay. Okay, I know that some of you were already here for this joke, but pretend you didn't already hear me do this joke, okay? We're gonna pretend I'm doing this joke for the first time. Okay, so what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to open your Tweakeroo settings. You're gonna switch to Tweaker More, okay? You're gonna search for this setting, and you're gonna turn both of these on, and that's how you turn on the Sliding Mafia. I know, it's funnier the second time. Okay, I'll turn it back off. I'll turn it back off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so proud of my joke. You actually have to download 3 mods for that, because obviously the UI is made using Malalib. So you'll need Malalib, Tweakeroo, Tweaker More. You just have to search for interpolation and disable those. And you will have your very own Sliding Mafia. Back to the video. Okay, so this is the Sliding Mafia? Oh, great question. Why is Watto not sliding? Well, watch very carefully.
More like
Well, actually, first I should say, it's not sliding in this scene. Then, wait. Let me look very closely at this. So, no sliding. Then there's a cut. Oh my gosh, it's such a subtle cut. Wait, even I didn't notice that. Wait, is that a real cut? Wait, is that the cut? Where's the cut? Well, the point is there's a cut somewhere. Yeah, there's the cut. Wow, that is subtle. And then during the cut, I switched. Yeah. Wow. Yeah?
more like the Slavic Mafia.
Need something?
Yeah, wait. Okay, so you guys are the Sliding Mafia, right?
Yes. We used to be one of the richest mafias until the Night Vision Mafia came and stole all of the light. We are now really poor, and we're no longer happy. Forced to mine gold every single day. We have absolutely nothing.
So I have to tell you something very evil that I do to my actors sometimes. You know how they don't have a script? They roughly don't have a script. I tell them like the bullet points. I kind of just let them keep going because I want to see how far they can go. This is an evil thing to do, but they try their best, and James, like no other, will keep a scene going until I say stop. It is like Game Changer, but Sam fell asleep. So I'll tell you the moment at which we should have stopped the scene. It's coming up. And you have to just know that everything after that was just James trying his best to stay in character. Yeah, no, I know they've stolen like all the light on the server, I've heard. It's just like, oh, okay. Also, here, you know what? I'll show you after. There's something else about the set. Like, I guess they've really affected you. You used to have a community here or something?
Now we live in absolute poverty.
Why don't you just get a house?
Even if
And I think that's it. I think that's all the scene was meant to be. Wait, let me double check. This might be the last line, this one.
we jump,
No, that's it. That's actually the end. Everything after this is him trying his best.
our stasis would be pulled across dimensions and instantly teleported to be killed in the void.
More like Slavic Mafia, am I right? Up
No,
top!
hey, that's disrespectful.
But ever since the Night Vision Mafia stole all of our things, and now we live in poverty, I can be stuck in this hole. Since we live in poverty, I'm not able to place water to escape this one by one. So we have to be fishing rotted out our one by ones. Without each other, we wouldn't be able to survive this poverty that we are stuck in.
You know, that's something I've learned on my journeys too, is that even...
This is why we have the sky support. It's so that we can be fished out just in case we fall into a hole.
All made up on the spot. Literally give him an Oscar. Is he laughing at his own video? Did you hear me laughing? I'm sorry. It's funny, okay? It's funny. Avatar walking up to the camera. Avatar was insane in this scene. The part after, like, the hiding mafia, I just left this in, but, like, I'm going through this whole monologue about how tragic it is that I just murdered someone on accident. James is just mining gold with his fist. Avatar's just banging his head into gold. Eventually, he comes closer to really make sure he's in the scene. He really wants to make sure that he's in frame. So he starts banging his head on the one, like, you know, closer to the center of frame. What is this stream anymore? Hi, Avatar. You forgot about that, did you? Yes, again, the only goal was that everybody was trying to make everybody else laugh while still following the script. The bullet point script, not an actual script. Again, there was only 2 moments where there was like a real script. Stream is a fever dream too. How do I apply to act in the next one? I'll be honest, you kind of need to do this kind of thing with your friends. I don't think you can really just invite people. As much as I know people would badly want to be here, look, it's the kind of thing you can do with your friends. If you got funny friends, if you don't have funny friends, I'm sorry, I'm kind of showing my privilege, I guess. That's my bad. What if I am missing friends? Look, if you don't have funny friends, be the funny friend. My friends aren't funny enough? Okay. Don't worry about it. Because I don't know how old you are, but I can say around the time I started trying to do videos like this, like the first time I did a parody video, I think it was of Minecraft Manhunt. It's an unlisted video. But yeah, it was just some dumb Minecraft Manhunt parody back in 2020. I had a group of friends, and I had a vision for what I wanted it to be. It was very similar to this in the sense that we kind of just winged it. Like we had an idea, but we didn't have a script written. We just had the step-by-step of like what bits happen, what absurdity. I don't think my friends were that funny. I had to try my best to direct them because what you'll have, this is a frustrating problem so many people have to deal with that want to do that want to do entertainment with like their friend group, like make videos with their friends, is they'll find that their friends, and some of you might be the friend, try to be the center stage and they don't know how to let a bit breathe. Like, only so much funny can happen in one shot because whoever's watching the video only has one brain processing things like linearly. So people get annoying. They also don't know VC etiquette. I imagine most of you probably, if you were my age at the time, probably have a similar friend group. Not that they're bad friends, just that they would not work for like this kind of video. That's probably most people. I have been doing this for technically 5 years now, and so I've had enough time to just sort of surround myself, which is luck. Not luck in the sense that like luck that I found the people, but luck that I have the right job that filters for my friend group to turn into these people. I also just have on average older friends, and older friends like around my age, average of like 18, probably know how to be mature in a VC. I don't know and know not to hog center stage, like when you're around the age of 15. What is Ken yapping about? I'm explaining why you guys probably can't make this kind of video, and I'm showing why I'm sorry. So sorry. If you can, then that's a good thing. I don't know. You need older friends. What you need is to grow up. Basically, the TLDR of this is, if you don't have friends for this, give it 5 years. If you wish to have fun with your friends, train for another 100 years. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, so then we had the vault scene. This is possibly my least favorite scene, and the reason for this is one of the jokes that's meant to happen here is that Max is the falling mafia. If you remember, Maximum is the falling mafia in this scene. Man, for it to work, Max and I have to coordinate really well. He has to know every time I turn the camera, which he didn't, and that's my fault for not telling him. What the joke was supposed to be was that he falls every time he goes into frame. We did not do that. It probably only happened like twice. So that's unfortunate, and I'm kind of mad at myself that we didn't bother doing that joke right. Simple if you're 60. When you're 65, you're gonna have a ton of friends. That's not what I mean. I'm assuming you guys' age when I say that. That'd be so hard. It wouldn't be that hard. It would just mean we couldn't do the free flow spirit that we've been doing most of this with. How did you guys light the portal to steal the gold? We stole the Night Vision Mafia's portal. Duh. The portal goes to their vault. It's their portal. Remember, they have light sources. They just hoard it from the rest of the server. We just snuck in. And it wasn't guarded. Here's a fun thing to mention. This scene is a reference to something I actually wasn't featured in, but here, I'll let the scene play and I'll tell you what this reference is. This will make nobody laugh except for, like, Parrot and Weefies. And probably, like, 5 other people. Just one. We are guaranteed to die, okay? So don't get caught.
Oh, there's guard 1.
Okay, guys, I told the actors to scatter, so we should be good now. Wait.
These are half.
This is based off a true story I heard about in Unstable. Never been told before. You are hearing this first, live, right now. Ready? When Parrot was recording his Unstable video about the mining camp, the Red Dunes, like, city, where they sneak in and steal diamonds, he had a similar situation where he just told guards to fly around and try and catch them. Again, it was so unrealistic, it infuriated me, but you might be thinking, what are the odds the guards catch them? Well, what actually happened is, while they were trying to sneak around the city looking for vaults, they somehow turned around just the wrong corner that literally all 6 actors they had flying around as guards were just sitting in one place for no reason. And they just turned around and spotted them. And, I mean, that was scuffed for multiple reasons. One, they were supposed to be spreading out, so I don't know how that happened. I might be misremembering. I'm hearing the secondhand. I'm not a primary source on this. But, yeah. So, then he had to go tell them to scatter so that the plot could happen and that they don't actually get caught. And the moral of the story is anytime you're watching a video that's scripted, where people survive, it's 'cause they told the actors to let them survive. One part that got cut out of this is this thing. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm gonna say it. Parrot does this thing when he wants to cut something out. The line is like, he says it like the same way every time, or so I've heard, which is like, so we're gonna cut that part out of the video, and I put that in my video. Watto told me to cut it out because he realized no one's gonna get that, because no one's heard Parrot say that, which, fair, that's fine. I thought it would make them laugh, like the actual Unstable cast, but that used to be in there. Question, what is the average age of your viewer? Guys, you should totally all say your ages right now. This is good information to send on the internet. So we can do data analysis and find out. Why can I imagine Parrot saying that perfectly? I guess it's just his speech patterns, I don't know. 777, 97, 5, 69, 18 minus 6. That one is, the sad thing is that one's probably honest. 2i. Yeah. Yeah, we get it. You know funny numbers. Insert the meme of the mathematicians have played us for fools. I would like to buy the apples. You get the joke. You know the meme. Okay, at this point, absurdity reaches its maximum levels. That Stalin has Deadmau ears. We just realized that Libs Disguises, the plugin, allows you to put on Deadmau ears, because that's like an actual thing coded into Minecraft. It's just, it only applies to his Minecraft skin. So we just did that because whatever. We realized you could disguise as blocks. So we had like a Netherrack Mafia just because we thought of it on the spot. There was a Spinning Mafia you saw earlier. Again, James, just whatever we thought was funny. The way this is done, one of these people is disguised as a player who is sleeping. Max is disguised as a player who is gliding. He is what it looks like when you're gliding with Elytra on the ground, minus the Elytra. So in case you were wondering how that happened, also pay attention to the bed in the background. That's our friend Maxine. she just kills herself in the background. That's what that is. And so that's that scene, and then we move on to this. I love that I have just a bed. Yeah, it's beautiful. Do any of your friends in the video have channels? Yeah. So Watto will make videos about, escape rooms and like eerie videos with like sort of ARG feelings. You all know Watto. My friend James, he likes to like sneak onto private recording servers and steal copyrighted builds and publish them without the creator's permission. My friend Max doesn't make a lot of videos, but he has plans to make videos that educate on certain and he has a couple of videos that educate on Minecraft technical stuff. Jammin makes videos about joining SMPs. James sounds evil. Well, he is James. He does play like half the villains in this video. So who else? Oh yeah, Avatar. Obviously, Avatar makes videos about prisons. He makes the Choose Your Own Adventure. If anybody has seen Avatar's most recent Choose Your Own Adventure, Evading Capture, it was played. It was recorded on this same server. Oh wait, James charges it as the guy who got onto Lifesteal and those other recordings. Yeah. This is like those people who find out like John Green from Crash Course is John Green from Fault in Our Stars. Another common thing that like you realize it's the same person. Yeah, not much interesting happens here aside from, I don't know, Saddam Hussein Mafia. I don't know how many people noticed that, but we kind of just built Saddam Hussein. It's kind of it's a reoccurring joke in our friend group to just, we put a lot of effort into our Saddam Hussein recreations. We really make sure you put in the breathing, the ventilation, the fan. You should just join Lifesteal. Oh, I did, don't you know? What else happens here? People die. We stopped taking it seriously here at this point. I'm not even gonna lie. We took nothing seriously here. Watto just filled this thing with shovels. And then he took out too many. Like when he put him back in. He only put in 28. That was 28 when he put in that last one. It's meant to be 37. Even then it's wrong. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip this because it just drags out. Okay, on to Electron. I thought Watto was the Lifestealer. Yeah, Watto's in Lifesteal, don't you know? Oh yeah, you know. Watto's in Lifesteal. Entrance covered by bricks and rubble. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get it. We stick true to our Saddam Hussein cosplay. We even include the waterboarding sometimes. The guards just trying to put up with this nonsense. The guards were the nonsense, okay? The guards were the primary source of the they were not the primary source of the nonsense. The main nonsense was the communism spreading behind me. I think that was the most absurd thing in that scene. This prison is objectively terrible for 7 reasons, but also totally something Unstable would do. I fully agree. What do you think, Unstable Mafia? Is this an actual prison? Because, okay, the first thing we're joking about here is the idea of chunk bans, which, let's be honest, Unstable doesn't do the thing where they pretend chunk bans only ban a chunk. Fortunately, they don't do that. I will concede that. However, I don't even know if this counts. I think so. Come on. Despite the fact that you could just empty out the shulker boxes and then break them. Somebody also noticed, I actually had multiple comments from people saying, couldn't you just break the shulker box in the chunk with the guard? Like, yeah, duh. That's the joke. It's why I turn on chunk borders and start mining it. But I'm glad they got the joke. And, it's just free comments. Comments drive engagement, so I don't mind. As a prison, yes, as a prison. This would work as a prison. What are other people gonna do? Fly in? they'll get chunk banned. Got him. Is Proton on Unstable a good prison? It's like an average prison. So, it's fine, aside from two very obvious ways to escape. If I patched the two obvious ways to escape, it would be like a good prison. My friends made escape videos on him. It's just two like dumb mistakes I made. One is that you can actually pearl over the pearl defense, and a second one is that you can get out of solitary with wall blocks, which duh, I don't know why I didn't think of that. My friends are much smarter than me, but whatever. It's fine. I tried my best. OMG, is this James Charger from Four Guys One Block Radoons video? See, this person gets it. Thank you for the €5. That's the joke. Oh my gosh, is this James Chargers it from Bedrock Caves? Is this? I'm trying to think of other things he's in. I can't remember off the top of my head. He's everywhere. He's from everywhere. I mean, that's kind of his brand, is that he's everywhere. He server scans all day. Why didn't you just disconnect to escape? I don't get the joke. Is this James Charges It from Unstable parody? So, you may notice, fishing rod on James. Chat, do you want to guess why the fishing rod is on James so that as they fly away, they can yoink him? On the topic. Wait. Okay, my comedic timing here isn't perfect. I'm skipping ahead. James is AFK. Oh, even better than AFK. He's at his computer. Me waiting for it to happen. Yeah. James gave it away. He was busy. He was playing 2B2T while we were recording. The first take of this, they're all meant to fly away. James doesn't fly away. He's just sitting there, and we're like, James, and he's like, oh, sorry. And then out of nowhere, I think he gets attacked or something. I don't remember what it was. I think he gets attacked on 2B2T. You'd have to tell me, James, because I cut it out of the footage. But he's just like busy. And so we decided to just let him do his thing and play 2B2T, and so we just fishing rodded him. Yeah. I mean, hey guys, it takes a lot to be everywhere all at once. When your James Charges It, you gotta be everywhere. You gotta automate some of the process. So I understand. He's a busy guy. He's busy being stationary. Yeah, you get it. But yeah. Where to go from here? We should probably skim through the rest of this. So some people wondered how name tag. And I may as well break the magic. I know how I did it. I don't remember how Max did it, so I'll tell you my method for this joke. If you sit on someone's head, the way Libs Disguises breaks is it puts or GSIT plugin. It puts your name tag below you. I don't know why, but it's very convenient because if you then make yourself invisible, then it's just there. Now, if it doesn't line up, which for some reason it didn't in some takes, you can use Libs Disguises somehow to set your Y level. I don't know why I'm saying somehow. I know how to do it. But you can set the Y level of your name tag, which I think is meant to debug. And anyway, Maximum G9 is sitting on Watto's head this entire time. He's just sitting on his head, waiting for this moment. And when it's time for the funny to happen, he just gets off and flights away. Are you still debunking prisons? I mean, at this current moment, I am not. But you got a prison to debunk? I don't know. I do suffer from 2B2T addiction. Yeah, every time we finished a recording, he'd be like, "Okay, yeah, good job, we finished." Anyway, pulls up like live feed on Discord, like starts showing screen. Anyway, guys, you want to see what I'm doing on 2B2T right now? It's okay, we love it. We enjoy the updates on where he is on the highway. Yeah, so then we got, oh man, this scene. Okay, this is the first scene in the video to have an actual script because I wanted this to be so perfect. I literally just wrote a massive script on signs on my Minecraft server. I might even show you. It's way over here. I wrote it on signs because that's just how I roll. I don't know. And I copied it in case people accidentally blew it up. And I gave this to Watto. I'm like, okay, memorize this. And it's the entire script. Jammin', I swear. Here's my monthly YouTube membership. Jammin', you just wasted like 30% of that. It's okay. It's only $5. I am not thankful. You literally lost money, but okay. Anyway, yeah, here's the script. It's the draft of the script. Mine are the ones that aren't glowing. Actually, Avatar's is the red one, so that's also scripted. Watto didn't memorize this. Instead, he did the logical thing here and went, Ken, this is dumb. I'm just going to rewrite your script on a notepad to myself. And so he was reading off a notepad for the whole thing. You could kind of tell at some moments he was reading off a script. But yeah, don't ask me why I always write scripts on signs. It's kind of just a habit. I did the same thing over here. It's just like all my rough draft, all my notes for which mafias I want to use. You can see not all of these ended up in the video, but I do everything on signs. And so we can go check out the meeting room if we want. A fun fact about the meeting room is it used to have lights, but we were like, oh, it shouldn't have lights. It would have been fine. In hindsight, it would have been fine, but I didn't want them, so I moved them up here, and I decided if we ever did a scene where the lights would show up, like well after they restore all the lights, then we would move them back down. We didn't, so that was pointless. This didn't show up in the video, but this was way later when we asked them to put the light sources back. It ended up being too slow, but basically the clip is like I'm like doing a board meeting to the Night Vision Mafia. Is Fulbright canon? That's the question. We still don't know. You'd have to ask Parrot. I don't know. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. I just noticed you can see the place with the scripts. The wall with the scripts. You can see it on the map. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Is that in the video? It is in the video! You can see it! I didn't know that was there! That's right there! You could just see copies of the little board. Well that's weird. Okay. Also, thanks for the 10, James. That's kind of funny. What's extra funny about it is we actually put like a sign like this over here. This sign right here, I know it's hard to see, but it says script. The joke was that we would keep the script in the room so that Watto could read it, because he's looking that direction. There's a blooper where I actually acknowledge it, but yeah. So welcome to the legendary Watto playing Ashwag scene. Watto was phenomenal. This might be my favorite scene in the video. Just my opinion. The whole point of this was to demonstrate that, like, the joke is that Ashwag... Because, guys, think about this. You're in my head, and you're like, how do you come up with the name... Like, what's the name of the Awkward Mafia leader? Like, what's the name of the Awkward Mafia leader? Think about it. Mining Fatigue is Mash Fatag. Glowing is Glash Wag. Slowness is Slash Wag. So what's awkward? And you think about it, you spell it out in your head. It's just Ashwag! And like it blew my mind. I'm like, oh my gosh, the coincidence. Ashwag himself is the leader of the Awkward Mafia. So I decided that in my lore, he owns every Potion Effect Mafia. Like he's the boss of all of them. The Invis Mafia is just one of them. Which implies the existence of like an Invag. You guys want to know how many times we had to change the name of something because we almost had a slur? Yeah. So in my thing, yeah, Ashwag is the leader of the awkward mafia. You could have gotten the real Ashwag. I wouldn't want to make him do what I made Watto do, because it's a lot. I just asked Watto to do a lot in this scene, and I don't know Ashwag. Like, I've never even talked to him. Ashwag and Canadian have never shown up in the same scene. I've never talked to the guy. So I didn't want to like just ask him out of nowhere and be like, can you do this entire like script with all the emotion behind it and everything with my chaotic friends, also spamming yourself with awkward the whole time, which Watto failed to do, by the way. I think there's one moment where it runs out, but that's okay. We tried our best. Never seen Ken and Ash in the same room. You know what? You know what else? You never see Watto and Ashwag in the same scene in my video. Interesting. Considering what we know about Watto in this world and the true nature of Watto, kind of interesting that the leader of a powerful mafia is never seen in the same room as Watto. Just saying. I'm just asking questions. Just asking questions. Yeah, anyway, I'm not going to replay this whole scene. I mean, if you want to watch it, watch the video. It's kind of... I'm not going to replay the whole thing as much as I want to. But yeah. Then it ends with me being like, IRL is IRL canon? And speaking of is IRL canon, 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, guys. Anyway, I think the conclusion we can draw is IRL isn't canon. Just my vibes. So yeah, let's move on. Oh, this scene. Okay, this is where it gets good. This is where the video starts to peak. This whole universe is Maximum G9's dream. The lore goes deep. That's a crazy theory. That's crazy. It's believable. Logic isn't canon? Oh, logic isn't canon. Okay, we'll watch this next clip. Again, I'll try it again. Maybe if I just, I can do the same escape method twice. Guys, I would like to, join the Night Vision Mafia.
You can't join the Night Vision Mafia.
What? Why not? Why not? I did it before.
Because you're already in it. In it?
I'm still in the Mafia? So, the reason for this bit, I know this is kind of annoying, but originally what happened is I didn't tell which of these guards was meant to say the lines, so they started doing it at the same time, and once again, an example of me being like, hey, wait, that thing you did wrong, that should be in the video, and so we did it. I feel like it might have been kind of annoying, because people talking over each other is annoying, but oh well.
Yeah, just because you're in
Hey, okay, yo, just pick someone. You.
Just because you're in prison doesn't magically make you not a part of the Mafia.
Wait. Now, I want you all to consider that all they had to do in the Unstable Universe was this. Perfect.
Mod, stasis this guy.
No! You could have saved like 20 hours of plot and drama and deaths. You just had to throw an Ender Pearl. I know, the scream was incredible. The scream was so good. I really cast the right people for these. I really do. Also, the portal music lining up, that was just a nice coincidence. I kind of love that you hear the portal sound. That's built into the music, by the way. That's why that's there. That's, you can't take that out of the music, so. I never really thought of that, and it's so obvious and simple. Yeah! Now you get the point of the parody. Oh my gosh, as a member of the prison community, watching Unstable Universe, it infuriates me. The mining camp. Why do they not just mine out? It's a mining prison. And this, yeah. So this hour and 40-minute video, truthfully, is just me venting. And so is the stream. So, yeah.
Ken, you're live!
The coordinates of your stasis chambers are negative 215,280, negative 64, 153,890. If you kill either Watto or I leak your coordinates to Reddit. That was possibly the most stressed I was ever in a scene, because I had to do all of this in one big uncut segment. Like, the moment they say you can't just join the night vision, or the moment that they say just because you left blah 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 doesn't mean you're still in the Mafia, there are no cuts, I believe, I'm pretty sure, from there to here. And we have to perform everything. Which is only difficult because it requires a lot of careful timings. You might notice, for example, that I grab the Ender Pearl well before they're ready. So I just kind of sit there awkwardly waiting for them to say their line. Like, oh, you say your line. Okay, now I'll do my thing. But we did pretty good. This last part, though, was the hardest. Because the hardest thing I had to do at the end was recite the coordinates, which I did have memorized, but only barely memorized. I slightly cut the footage, like just the audio. I slightly cut the audio to close in the gaps, because there were some gaps in what I said, where I was just saying, like, negative 215,890, 153,000, no, 215,280, that one's negative, 153,890. There, got it. And if you're wondering, that's actually really close to the coordinates of, like, the sets, like, the area I keep showing in the Minecraft world, because we didn't actually go that far out, like, legitimately. It's just like over here. You'll notice this is basically the coordinates. Good job, Ken. Thank you. Why did you memorize the chords? Because the joke is that I'm leaking their coordinates. The joke is that, like, I press F3 and I'm like, now I know where your stasis chambers are. The end. I got you. We don't have to hunt them down. Like, all I had to do was that. Here's a fun fact. Totally unrelated, but the reason this is here, this is just because, like, why here of all places? Why is this where the set is? Why way it out in the middle of nowhere? Is this where we planned everything? This right here, guys, is the smallest ocean I've ever found in Minecraft. And what I mean by smallest ocean is I mean two things, and they're partly subjective. One, it's actual ocean biome, but it's not like an offshoot. Like, it's not like a tiny bit of ocean that's right next to an actual ocean. But two, it has to look like one. And it has to be fully separate from any other ocean. Like, this is not near any other ocean. I don't know if I explained this very succinctly, but that's like the closest nearby ocean. And I was just doing this one day, and this was the smallest one I found. Like, this is fully an ocean, and it's not near anything else. That's normal sized, true. This isn't small. No, but again, it can't be like a tiny little thing, because you'll find like tiny little patches, but they're like right next to a main ocean. And I wasn't counting those for my sake, which is why I was subjective, but yeah. There was no reason I had to tell you that. I just wanted to tell you guys that I found a small ocean, and I thought it was pretty cool, and I wanted to share it with 600 people. All right, let's move on. Size doesn't matter, Ken. Size was the #1 metric that mattered in that hunt, but thank you. So then we escape, and here is, get ready for it. Oh wait, what? Oh shoot. I missed it. Sorry. There we go. We got Jade night vision, John night vision. We just got all the night visions. But then this is it. This is absolute cinema. This is my favorite scene in the entire video. It is just me looking at the sun as an entire genocide happens in chat. It's beautiful. Which you can probably guess why. Obviously, the Sleeping Mafia all died. So, no more Sleeping Mafia. Also, the campfires are there still, but at least they're canon this time. At least this isn't a mistake this time because all the light sources are returned. Also, I love the idea that the Night Vision Mafia goes back to all of these secret places. Like they know where the Farlands is so that they can put the lights back, and then they just leave again. It's beautiful. The more you think about it, like the more you think about how the Night Vision Mafia placed all the lava in the Nether back, it really makes you think, how would you place all the lava in the Nether back? That would be so time intensive. Oh my gosh. Well, anyway. Yeah, we can move on from this. Yada, yada. Anyway, things started to look up in the... So, all right. Unstable Mafia. We have some explaining to do to the stable Mafia. Those who don't know. Those who haven't watched. So, everything from here is my attempt to combine the actual canon lore with my canon lore. Now, Unstable Mafia, you understand what's going on here. Let's try and break this down. Parrot's video where he visits the Farlands is that he comes over and he's like, I need help defeating the Invis Mafia. And literally, like, after he joins, the Invis Mafia, like, hunts him down or something and finds the Farlands, something like that. I don't know the exact lore, but it's roughly that. And I wanted to show what this was from the perspective of someone who isn't the main character. Because, like, right now, in this point, Parrot's the main character. And so, you just see this person join a city you've been living in for months. And, like, yeah, like a week later, it's all destroyed. And then we gotta play peak. We gotta play the peak part of the video. Wear hunger. Like, think about it. Of all the things they could have done as their thing, like, why choose to be hungry?
It's because they're scared of being full.
A day later, the player with the second thing that happened is in the finale, in the season 1 finale, Parrot takes us to a base of operations, like a final resistance base. And the idea is, at all costs, we need to figure out how to defeat the Mafia. And, by the way, just a fun fact, there's a scene here where Parrot asks everyone in the group in the final resistance base, he asks, why do you think the Invis Mafia wears Invis? And people start saying, like, I don't know. And I, in the actual recording, said, so they can use the same actors multiple times? And obviously he cut it out. But if you ever watch that part of the video and you notice the cut there, that's me. But of course, the whole time I was here, I think I was resisting the urge to tell him how I would have done it, because it doesn't matter. He has his script. He's making his video. What I think, what my character would do was irrelevant. And again, in his script, I joined the Invisible Mafia, which to no end frustrated me, because I was like, oh, by the way, these are villagers. These aren't the real people. Just for the record, we disguised villagers to cosplay. In case you were curious, that's why they act like villagers. I was frustrated that my character would join the Invis Mafia. I was like, I would never. But then I realized, yes, I would. Because joining the Invis Mafia is how you defeat them. And so, I turned it into my plot. In fact, that's part of the reason I made this parody. The part of the reason I was actually motivated to make this was I wanted to show what I would do. And so I get that this is meant to be a joke video, but it's also meant to be me showing my solution. Like, you think of the Mafia, like defeating the Invisible Mafia as a puzzle, and where in a normal escape room video, where you see like these convoluted solutions and I want to debunk it by showing the straightforward way, I also feel the same urge to be like, well, if I were here, this is my solution. So this is kind of also a debunk video, in my opinion. But it's not rewriting Unstable. It's me just showing my perspective. This is how I would do it. I would go, I would walk to Ashwag, I'd be like, hey, nice mafia. Sure would be a shame if I drank milk. And then, okay, this part's a little awkward because I wanted to be exaggeratedly obvious about how easy this is. But the problem with exaggerating how easy this is it's not actually as easy as I'm exaggerating. So let me show you what I mean. I drink milk in a second. Come on. There we go. And what's meant to happen is I don't even have Elytra on yet. It's not even in my hotbar. But normally what you would do is your stasis would get pulled, you look straight up, and you fly up. GG. But I wanted to flex. So I open my inventory. I have to eat a golden apple. I open my inventory. I very slowly move the Elytra, which canonically I got from Jammin, by the way, because I threw out my other Elytra, if you remember. So I slowly move it. I exit my inventory, instantly die. Like, because obviously, I took way too long to move it. So I will confess, there's a cut here. There's kind of an obvious cut. You notice I went from 25 fireworks to 15. I went from a stack of golden apples to 56. It's easy to do. I swear it's easy to do. It's just that I was trying to flex. And so I died. But yeah, then I just cheated and teleported and flew back up. And there we go. That's it. That's the solution. That's how you defeat the Mafia. And then, of course, I have to go find Watto's stasis chamber. Fun fact about this room, we were all just making up random usernames to put on all the stasis chambers, because this is meant to be the vault where all the Mafia stasis are. We ran out of ideas, so everything past this line is all maximum G9. You might have also seen minimum X7, yeah. Because it's fitting, right? There's so many maximums in this world. Every time you see the, if any member of the blah blah mafia is caught not flying, it's always him. I like to believe he is the most common person in the world. You noticed that? I'm glad you did. Yeah, all right, so yada yada, let's move on. What else to say? Yeah, so obviously the big punchline here that I'm going for is that, are there 2 Ender Pearls in this one? There's 2 Ender Pearls in this one. How did that happen? Well, yeah, anyway, the punchline is that we can't activate the stasis chambers because we don't have enough actors. Same reason that Spoke can't when he gets here. I don't know if you guys have seen Spoke's video, but we mock it to no end in our friend group. The fact that they finally arrive at this area, like in the actual Unstable video, they find this room and they're like, okay, it's time to destroy all the soul sand and get rid of all the Ender Pearls. Now, Unstable watchers, you might know where I'm going with this. Spoke forgot to bring a shovel to the recording. And instead of just re-recording, he gets in a cobweb, places a shulker box, places it wrong in such a way that it's blocked. I think he gets mining fatigue, has to drink milk, blocks the thing blocking it, opens the shulker, grabs iron blocks from it, crafts the iron blocks into iron. His inventory is full, so he's throwing out like iron. Takes the iron and like logs, crafts an iron shovel, and then uses the iron shovel to start getting rid of the soul sand. Absolute cinema, frankly. Couldn't have parodied it better myself. That's real. You can go watch the video. I'm not going to show it, just out of absurd fear of copyright. It'd probably be fine. But if you go watch, it's on Spoke's channel. It's probably called The End of the Mafia, something like that. And you can just skip, 3 hours in. But man, like, I get forgetting to bring a shovel. So at least he improvised. I'm not trying to hate on Spoke, obviously. I just find it so funny that he just tried his best to, like, roll with it. I don't know. I just would have re-recorded, but it's very funny. Martin Scorsese, literally. So that's what we're referencing here. And now it is time for the first... Oh yeah, I do have the book trolling mod. I forgot that during the recording, but we can pretend I don't. See ya, Avatar. Okay, it's time for the rap. It's time for the rap. So I decided to do it. Is the joke with the recovery compass that you keep giving it to Watto because you died and don't want the viewers to see that? Kind of. Part of the joke is it's meant to reflect the spyglass. That's the parody. It's related to the spyglass that Parrot always has. That's meant to be like his treasured item, and like he gave it to Weefies, and then Weefies gave it back to him. While Infinite Amethyst plays in the background. That's the main thing. Though you're right in the sense that we picked a recovery compass because it's funny for that reason. Like, that's why I'd want to give it to him. So I was going to do that anyway with an item, but yes, we picked the recovery compass because it's stupid. Making fun of bromance? No. What do you mean? We're just making our own. This question and answer stream is more like online therapy for Ken. Where are the answers, Ken? Where are they? See, if I answer that, then there they are. Then it's self-evident. There you go. This is the answer. The answer is anything I say to that. You've made my job a lot easier. So, okay. This is more of a behind-the-scenes video. Probably should have titled it behind the scenes, not Q&A. You guys want to ask questions? Leave them at the door. I'll get to them in 25 seconds. Give me a second. I want to switch to the one thing real quick. Minecraft. How was your day? I'll get to that in 15 seconds. There's one place we didn't go. It's the mining camp. Ken is the KWW collab canon. I'll get to that in 4 seconds. I haven't been counting. Here we are. What seed is the world? It might be public. Okay, I'm gonna assume the time's up. All right. Question time. My stream delay is 25 seconds. So my day is going well. The KWW collab is not canon to unstable. As far as I know. If you ask Weefies, he might say something different. Do you support Stalin's actions? In this video, I do. In this particular video. I support his stalling. It was very much needed. What percentage of the recording staff would you say is trans? Let me think. Let me calculate this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. I think best I can do. Oh wait, no, yeah, because they're in that video too. I don't know. Some of them I don't know. I'd say 45%. Or 80%. Okay, I think 80% is generous, to be honest. It's probably more like 45%. By weight, like in terms of screen time, maybe closer to 80%. But in terms of just amount of people, it's probably less than half. But like close, like 45%. Anyway, this didn't really show in the video well, but we put a lot of effort into this set, guys. We got some low-income residents. We got some... Will there be a Catgirl Mafia? Not in this video. This video's over. We got... What is the worst mafia? Brawling? One of the boring ones. Yeah, part 2 about the director. Watch to the end to find out. I'll tell you at the end. Not answering that. Canadians, viewers, mafia is probably the worst. You know, maybe there should be a part 2. I feel like I'm missing a sign. This sign's blank. Oh. Okay, yeah. I thought there was something funnier here. It might be missing. None of these doors go anywhere. Wait, this one goes somewhere. Oh yeah. I put a lot of sets for people to like... I wanted people sliding on the sky supports. So I just put a lot of interconnected networks solely for the purpose of allowing people to like constantly walk around these in the background, which worked out pretty well. To be completely honest, I enjoyed watching this video more than actual Unstable. I heard that about a lot of people, so I have to ask. The people who say that must necessarily be people in the Unstable Mafia. Those are the people who watched. So I gotta wonder, like... Is that normal for parodies? To enjoy watching a parody of something you like more than watching the thing you like? It might be. There's a good chance of it. No. It depends. I think it depends. Please tell me there will be a sequel. I love this so much. You guys don't understand. I'm just that good at it. I'm just that good at keeping retention. I guess you'll have to watch the end of this 6-hour stream, and I'll tell you. It's too easy. It's too easy. They fall for it every time. I've never watched a single Unstable Universe video, and I don't plan to. You want to know a very funny dark secret? I'm really giving out like all the secrets this stream. So a lot of people who are casted in the Unstable Universe will do this thing where they will only watch the parts of the video they are in. I'm one of these people. I will only watch the parts that like I feature in. Well, not fully. I'll watch like the bits around it too. I'll watch things that have stuff I made, but like I mostly only watch my scenes. Watto's kind of like this too. I don't know about others. But the funny thing is, Weefies is one of these people. He can only be bothered. I don't know if he still does, but I know at least for a while he will just like only watch the parts where he's on scene, which in fairness is actually most of the videos. Like most of the video, but yeah, I find it funny. So that's why I'm in a group of people who never watches like full way through. It's hard for me to believe that the people who watch full way through exist. And this is one of the few times I can actually talk to people. Because, okay, I know for a fact, like, I'm not dumb. I've seen that most of the people who do it, when asked, they'll be like, oh, I watch it in the background. Like, it's background audio for me. Which is hence the joke about parasocial background audio. So I wonder, do any of you not? Do any of you watch at 1x speed, not in the background, start to finish, no skipping? Because I get people watching at 2x speed. I get people, like, skimming through boring areas. Or just trying to get the gist of the plot. Yes?! Oh my gosh. There's so many. While eating? No, you can't use the while eating excuse here. Yeah, it doesn't take 3 hours to eat. I watched Spoke's recent ones. Okay, I get for the newer ones. I can see it for the newer ones, but the old ones. Have you guys watched the old 3-hour ones? No skipping, 1x speed. Took me like a week and a half. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. There are 2 types of people in chat. There are the people who have time and the people who have jobs. On the train. Oh, I guess I can see it. Yeah, if you're like commuting. If you really have nothing else to do. But you could watch anything. Well, I mean, but it's fine. I guess that's a fine thing to watch. Because, yeah. Wow. In the car. Yeah, yeah, I guess I can get that. I can get that. While driving. A road trip, but you have to watch unstable videos the entire time. You could be watching 3 Blue 1 Brown. See, that's not the kind of thing you can really watch as like filler. 3 Blue 1 Brown something you watch when you want to watch some. Well, okay, I guess there are some people who are not there for the math and they're just there for the video overall. No, but there's a lot of content that's the kind of stuff you watch over long things, and that's usually stuff like podcasts, like the things in the realm of podcasts or live streams. And Unstable basically is just like slightly edited version of that. So it makes sense for in place of podcast. The reason it confuses me is I feel like people only ever listen to podcasts as like a background thing. So like I get you listening to it in the background, but if it's like the main focus of your attention, you're not doing something else. You are not actively driving. You are not you are not actively like I don't know, you're not actively like doing art, Tumblr art in the foreground or playing a game. You are just watching the video. That is what surprises me. Watching as background audio, that I get. Please, Ken, I am trapped in a Soviet particle accelerator. I need to know your favorite flavor of quark, please. Bottom. Always bottom. Nobody's ever asked this to me, which offends me to no end, but people never ask which of the quarks in Proton, the prison, which one is the down quark? It's the blue one. Thank you for not asking, but like I canonically decided which one was the down quark and no one asked me. I'm offended. I will not explain further, Ken. Good quark, why not top quark? Oh, I think you know. I think you know. All right, let's get back to the video. Obviously, it's the blue one. Yeah, obviously it's the blue one. It's always the blue one. Blue one is the objectively best answer for the bottom quark. One by one, I track down washtag, oshtag, ishvashtag, washbag, glashbag, koshpawag, strashtag, spashbag, / stack, and stasis chamber after stasis chamber. I escaped their mafias and stored the stasis vault coordinates in a book for blackmail. Boom. All of that, one take. Not first take, but one take. There were no audio cuts in that. Pretty good. Where the hell is hashtag and Malgoshbag? I didn't say them all. I just went through some of them. What was your favorite Unstable video? Unironically Proton. I think the escape they came up with, that I came up with, was pretty cool. Yeah, so... yeah, then it time-lapses pretty quickly. We have some funny bits here. Let's get to the second time-lapse, because I want to. Oh, quick question. I actually have to ask about this. Guys, how many of you know... what LFV is, because I reference it here. Power the Ashwags had was that the people believed it was there. They hadn't learned their lesson from LFV. And because while you're answering that question, and I know most of you are going to say no, I'm going to just go to my channel real quick. No clue, no clue. No, I don't. I understand. Fully valid. Loki's final vault, exactly. So it's this very old prison, and you gotta, okay, so this is 2021. This is like peak prison community, at least the era, like Ilios era, peak Ilios era. This person named Forrest Fox was hyping up a prison he was making, telling us it was patching everything. Like, he hyped this to no end. He said it would end the prison community. And he said it had a thing called Kevin. That was the code word. The code name for this thing, this mysterious tech he had, was Kevin. All prison community people watching, you already know what this is, obviously. But, okay, but I'm telling everyone else the story. It's beautiful. He said Kevin patches everything. It patches stasis chambers. And I have a video from 3 years ago addressing this. This isn't even when it actually came out. This is when I uploaded it. It used to be just a video that was like that I put on Discord. But anyway, this is me escaping Loki's Final Vault the day it came out. Cause here, I'll tell you this. I watched this video. You might have just seen it. I'll probably just skim it. Kevin, do you want to know what Kevin is? It's a dog nearby you on a pressure plate, so that when you stasis out of the prison, like you stasis out of Loki's Final Vault, the dog will teleport with you and detect that you left. It will then stasis you back, and now you are required to reset it again. Yeah, exactly. Dogs don't teleport underwater. That's only one of the problems. Yeah, and so yada yada. The joke is I use a second stasis chamber. And 3 years later, the Invisible Mafia makes the exact same mistake. This is what I mean by it infuriates you, being a member of the prison community watching Unstable. It's just... there's so many simpler things you could do. And so I made it my mission, my destiny, to visit, spread the good news of the second Ender Pearl, escape, and then save the coordinates of every Mafia on the entire server. Hey, Proton mentioned? This is the only clip of the video that Proton is in. I just wanted an excuse to put Proton in the video. And I like the idea that after it became like ruins, it just became like a base that I store stuff in. That's my headcanon, is that I just use Proton as like a base, because it's already surrounded in bands. I know how to get in. I may as well use it. There's already a lot of stuff there. It's just like full of netherite sets. So, okay. Anyway, everything from here on, also one take, not all in one breath. Enjoy. Even though you guys would probably watch this like 6 times. Server. From the gliding mafia to the sliding mafia to the striding mafia to the hiding mafia to the fighting mafia to the lighting mafia to the darkness mafia to the withering mafia, the bad omen mafia, the spinning mafia, the world edit mafia, the falling mafia, the stalling mafia, the walling mafia, the balling mafia, the crawling mafia, the brawling mafia, the bird calling mafia, the lumber hauling mafia, the Holland mafia, the swiftness mafia, the fitness mafia, the litmus mafia, the Boeing mafia, the Boeing mafia, the glowing mafia, the slowing mafia, the sewing mafia, the rowing mafia, the only go out when it's snowing mafia, the occasional wind charge blowing mafia, the temporarily all-knowing mafia. I don't know where this joke is going. Mafia. So, all of that, multiple days of recording for 20 seconds. Let's break it down. Let's start with, this is me basically taking down the Bad Omen Mafia, because to be near a village, all a village needs to be a village, by the way, is just a villager in a bed. Placing this, like, literally kills the Mafia, because it turns their Bad Omen into Raid Omen, and of course now they don't have Bad Omen anymore. So that's the joke there. We didn't narrate it, but yeah, here's spinning. The only reason World Edit Mafia exists is because I like the idea of one of the Ashwag variants being //stack. Max dying is funny. Avatar is this Stalin to the right. What he kept doing, again, us trying to make each other laugh, is he kept going, oh wait, Ken, I'm not ready yet. Don't start the recording. I need to grab something from the chest. Hold up, I'm not done yet. And he kept doing this because the joke is it's the stalling mafia, haha. So that's what he's doing there. He's not ready for the clip. He's like still in the green room, haha. Okay. Then Balling Mafia. Also, we have 331 as the score. That's being kept, which is also my XP. Again, March 31st. Crawling. Cool. Get to one of the interesting ones. Bird calling. I don't think I'm at liberty to explain this joke. Maybe we save that one for another day. I think James would agree. Okay, the story behind this one, beautiful, is I asked my friends, I said, guys, I don't know how to do lumber hauling mafia. Like, it's one of the ones I have written on the list, but what does that even mean? Like, how do you visually demonstrate that? Like, I don't get, like, because it's in your inventory. How do you see that? All four of them gave 4 different answers. So we just did all 4. The minecarts are TNT minecarts. The Strider is just a person disguised as a log. The one being led is a pig disguised as a log, and the flying machine is straightforward. How do you get log in a minecart? It's TNT. It's free textured. Holland Mafia. This took us so long, mostly because we got distracted. We found this village that had so many alliums. I don't even know how to explain it. It was just crazy how many alliums. Why am I bringing this up like I'm some like 60-year-old person being like, oh, we got it. I'm done with this video. Let's move on to the next one. Just show me the next one. Show me the next Mafia. Okay, guys, more light references. This was like an hour. This was more than an hour. Yeah, as you can see, more ender chests and more light signs. Mirrored France Mafia. It's not the mirrored France Mafia, it's the rotated Dutch Mafia. Sorry, I mean Holland Mafia. Wait, that crystal isn't normal? Yeah, no, that's just a person running as a disguised crystal. Why does the crystal have a base? Because I don't think they knew how to disguise as a normal crystal. Well, that's a normal crystal. They didn't know how to disguise as a placed crystal. Litmus Mafia. Hopefully you get the joke. You know, they're doing litmus tests. What actually happens here, which didn't get put in the video because it's in a time lapse, is Max pulls out a piece of paper and he goes, "It's acidic," and then everybody just gives the most like, "What?" reaction. Because I don't know. How else do you demonstrate Litmus Mafia? That sign says Boeing on it. We just blew up I don't know. I was running out of ideas. There is in fact a boat riding a boat here. If you've noticed, that's a boat riding a boat. So yeah, that's there. Quick question for Ken: why does the Invis Mafia wear Invis? It's so they can use the same 4 actors over and over. How they go out and it's snowing. Clearly, I'm not. I'm breaking the rule. Yeah, wind charge. Okay. Again, James was AFK, just playing 2v2 or something. I don't know. And finally, all-knowing Mafia. Which, the joke here is that Maxine is short. Because she's the only one flying slightly lower than everyone else. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Back to the video. Oh my god. Right, so... you might be wondering why there are normal Stalins. And the answer to this is, I think you just have to watch the bloopers, and then it will make sense. Why we have to specify which Stalins are normal. Okay, let me move on from this. Let's, like, I just want to get to the end of the stream. Yada, 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 yada. Okay. The joke it was all coming down to. The most legendary joke of them all.
Over here.
Oh, sorry. Actually, chat, you asked a good question. Why is there an armor stand? These are all armor stands. There's a command block you can set. Actually, I think I can find it, is the fun thing. So, way off this way, I believe, we will see where I did the rally. I hope I can find it. It's very near to here. It's somewhere around here. Give me a second. Yeah, here it is. I know it's this area. There's a command block you can use that makes every armor stand orient towards you, and then you just have to disguise them. That's the easiest way to get a ton of things to look at you. So yeah, there's a fun thing. I had this thing for a while where I was trying to figure out who was really disguised and who was an armor stand, because my friends were trying to hide in the crowd. And there's a very easy way to tell. You just have to like rapidly flick around like this. And if they obey, like they rotate with every other armor stand in like synchronousness, then you know they're legit. And if they mess up, you got them. That's the imposter. It's kind of fun. But yeah, we we got really lazy with this set. We could have placed so many more armor stands for one of the mafias. All right, let's get back to it. Stable Mafia, Stable Universe. The Stable Universe, I can't pretend like this is an original joke, but I can say I came up with... The first time I came up with it was a long time ago. Watto has a recording server where we've designed our own things for, like, whatnot, like planning KWW stuff. And we built a stable universe. Like, we built some stables, and every time we're, like, planning things, we'll just parkour around the horses. We have an area where there's, like... There's like different tiers of horses. There's like the ones with purple armor and then blue armor, and then there's also like skeleton horse area. And so there's like the different facets. It's an entire stable universe, you know. There's everything. So obviously we had to implement it into the parody. Now, okay, how to explain this? As a perfectionist, there are two places I'm really worried about getting things exactly right. The beginning, the end. The beginning, I told you I re-recorded. Like, it was all re-recorded after the fact. And that's why you can see the hardcore hearts, even though I forgot to do it by that point. This was all recorded after everything here, because I wanted to get it just right after we had the practice. That's a lie for this, because this scene was recorded after even the beginning, which was recorded after everything else. Because I also wanted to get the ending perfect. Originally what happened here was, I don't even know. Like, I think we just cut from here to the time lapse. Like, this moment, then it's a time lapse. And by this moment, I mean the moment Watto says stable universe.
Ken, have you not realized? It's the stable universe.
And to me, I thought that makes no sense. It was kind of a jarring cut, so I had us redo it. I also wanted to redo the whole Hector part. But on this second go, I was like, how do I make the cut not jarring? I did not have good ideas, but I definitely had some ideas. And those ideas included asking my friends to fly around as disguised horses and go afflict levitation to random horses amidst the crowd. And so that's what they did. And we turned it into just an acid trip. And I think that was the right call. Question, was Trash Bag being a horse? A church? None of these were a reference to Horse Race Test. Actually, a funny thing about Horse Race Test. Actually, I'll actually get to that. So let's skip the time lapse real quick. Okay. You might have noticed. Wow, never mind. We went too fast to notice anything, so I'll skip it. The name of this account here is Horse Race Test. It's an account owned by James. He is playing Horse Race Test, that one of his alts, disguised with the Hector skin, which of course is like Ashwag mixed with Max. I don't know why he picked that alt. The name tag is being played by James. James charges it himself, is the name tag sitting on the head. Yeah. I mean, he kind of had to play both because he had to do the timing on his line. The line where he's like, yes, but I'm known by other names. Leader of the Crash the Server Mafia.
Yes, but I'm known by another name.
What the? Watto. And of course, when it goes up, it switches to Hector, and then it comes back down, and that's that. Yay.
Yes, I am Hector.
You can even hear him click if you listen closely. To right-click himself.
Yes, I am Hector.
It's because I got the Horse Race Test account that day. Oh, Fair enough, fair enough. You know, gotta celebrate your wins. Meanwhile, in the background over here, this is Avatar playing Osmi playing /Pag. Because we used to... It's complicated. It's complicated. Anyway, he was getting really bored, so...
Yes, I am Hector.
Look, that's what happens when you tell an actor to just sit there and be a bodyguard the entire time. You want to know? Okay. You're not going to believe this, but there was this bug we had with our version of Libs Disguises that made it so voice mod, you know, the proximity chat, doesn't work. Like, you can't speak if you're disguised. I kind of get why. It's because your player entity is discarded, and that's what they use to measure the distance away. But anytime you see a disguised player, they can't be speaking. Avatar can't speak here because he's disguised. Anytime someone else is disguised, we're either just unmuting, like in Discord, or like they're added in post, or they're not actually disguised in some way. That's also partly the reason we use the same actors every time. We wanted to just constantly disguise as random people, but we couldn't because of that bug. So that's why you see the same actors in our thing. So that's why you use a different VC mod. What? I don't get it. Well, or a different Libs Disguise mod. I don't know. The point is we didn't bother to troubleshoot. I mean, we did, but we didn't get a solution that we were happy with. Parrot hit 2 mil. Congrats. My brain just filtered out the name tags. All the better. This whole time they didn't even have to make an Invis Mafia. They could have just used the same 4 actors. You couldn't get the mod working when you joined. That's a you problem? I mean, everybody else got it to work, that's all I'm saying. They could just give 4... just have given 4 people different skins and I'd buy it. Yes, except that they keep having to change skins and it's a bit time intensive to keep having to log off and find new skins for every person. Also, to make it a bit more realistic, we'd probably want to remove the... I don't know, I just didn't like doing it that way. I don't think anyone else wanted to do it that way.
Over again.
What? What? No! This whole time, I thought they were different actors, but it was... I didn't... I can't believe it. It was just budget cuts. They just couldn't afford it. Wow, it's almost like it was a reference this whole time. You should do a charity live. I don't know how well I could organize something like a charity live stream. Personally, I'm not a great organizer. The Dream Crash impression. Yeah, again, that is literally just James playing characters. He was playing Fit MC. He was playing like classic Monster of the Week villain with the oozing mafia, and now he's playing Dream Crash Out. I can't believe it. It was just budget cuts. They just couldn't afford it.
Do you see this red line?
It's so good. And secretly, I sent all the mafias after you. That's also... It also helps that that's an inside joke in our friend group. This video primarily exists to make my friends laugh, and secondarily exists to make the rest of you laugh. I'm sorry. Maybe egotistical. But you guys are just caught in the crossfire. Oh yeah, let's watch this.
Nearly complete memory ban. When it's complete, if anyone is on the other side of the line, they will load the memory ban chunk and crash the server. And every time you rejoin, it will crash the server over and over. Every time you try.
So, for the record, that's not how memory bans work. Don't use that to learn how memory bans work. Thanks. PSA over. Okay. What do you want with me?
You are going to be its prisoner. Once you press the button, the memory ban will be complete. Go on.
No.
You can't do this.
You can't make... No. You can't make me do anything. I have an Ender Pearl. It teleports me wherever I throw it. You can't contain me in anything. I can escape.
you might have a way to escape. But Watto...
Me?
And of course, the classic unstable trope of everybody not having enough items, or having just the exact amount of items for the plot to happen. So, Watto has all the valuable stuff when it's convenient. He has the shulkers full of everything. But when the plot demands it, nada. Hi, Ken. You, are you going to hand throw Khan? No, sorry. But thank you for the 6. Watto?
Ken,
Do you have anything?
I have chorus fruit.
Eat it!
Ken, this did not work at all. Ow.
That was Watto's bit. He set that up, obviously. It's a reference to a different bit from Unstable. Because he fully acknowledged that it's like their level of humor. Not in an insulting way, but I just mean like different humor. But we decided it was fitting. It's so stupid. You take the pearl. Your life is more valuable than mine. And then, yeah, we had this whole Yap speech again. Watto, do you have your copper backpack of shulkers of alternative Minecraft accounts? I don't know why it's copper. Yeah, what is there to say here? What is worth saying? I'm very glad this worked out, because this was like the only part I was trying to take seriously, was the Watto death. And everything had to work here, and Watto nailed it. So I'm just gonna like portray his performance. It is the finale after all.
Yeah.
I don't... Watto, maybe you should just press it. At least you'll still be alive. I just want to keep you safe. I don't know what to do. I don't know what you should do.
Ken, that's why you don't make the decisions.
Martin Scorsese. Yeah, no, James, I do agree. So this is as far out as the re-record goes. Actually, that's not true. It goes a bit further, but this is basically as far out as it goes. And so this is one of the very, very last things we recorded. And we were basically at our peak at this point. The first time we did this finale, it was a lot more scuffed. We did a bit better. Did he have pearls in his inventory? I didn't even notice that. I actually did not notice he had pearls. That's really funny. Did he do that on purpose? I think he did that on purpose. That madman, he does it again. It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Mods, kill Ken.
That was genuinely a heartbreaking scene. That's nice to hear. I did kind of want to make that one actually feel like a little bit like serious. Of course, the fact that it's packed into the parody is part of what makes it funny. But like, yeah. I wanted to see if after all this, I could still make someone feel sad for a character. I was genuinely really sad. Wow. Wow. Just that good. Mods, kill Ken. Did the rain just start for plot convenience? Oh yeah, it always does. The rain only exists for plot convenience. You like that scene better than Unstable's version? Heard it here first. I don't know. I don't think the Tumblr artists will be able to process this. Why? Why kill the fans' favorite character? Why kill my best friend? I'll never ever be able to tell him what he meant to me. Oh, 'cause they killed your favorite character. Of course. So basically what you're saying is that Weefies is more beloved than Watto is in my plot. The fan artists. Rip. You know I would never do this to the fan artists. We gotta bring him back. We can't just fake his death. Now, so you might be thinking, Unstable Watchers, you might be thinking, so if Watto dies dramatically, and then he fakes his death, your best friend fakes his death, turns out to be the director, the misdirector. Is that not suspiciously similar to the actual plot that was revealed in the video uploaded not 30 minutes after this one? To that I say yes. I'm just thinking about how I was originally going to upload this 3 months before. I wonder if I would have spoiled the surprise. Maybe it's a good thing I uploaded this on the same day. Interesting to think about. Yes, I did. I'm like, yeah, obviously I knew. But the question is like, how obvious I made it. Insider knowledge does wonders. It does. Best way to make a parody about something is also be part of it, so that you know the inside information. The Weefies reveal was pretty obvious. So people say. It's hard for me to know, because like, how can I act like it was obvious when I was just told? I did figure out how he faked his death instantly. Like, I was told that he was the director, and then I was like, oh wait, I get it. It's the dog. Because I've done that trick. But yeah. Okay, well, yeah. I guess my video would have been fine then either way. Wait, sorry, this person in chat. Because I texted my friends like 3 days before Parrot's video being like, I wish they'd make Parrot and Weefy's Toxic Yali, but I know they won't. And then they did. Well, why did you wish for this? Why? You cursed the timeline. It's all your fault. The monkey's paw curls. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what that means. Well, I guess I have two now. Yeah. Then anyway, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's actually a lodestone compass. And then every time you're at the darkest moment in your journey, this is an important lesson. Anytime you're in a Minecraft video and someone's at the darkest moment of their life, okay? And the music goes silent, but then they realize something. Then they realize there's a bit of hope. There is only one song you play every time. And I know this because I've done it before, and I've predicted it in Unstable videos. Like, I've seen this happen, and I'm like, okay, I know exactly the song that needs to play here, and it plays. There's only one correct answer. Araya Math.
Once I found the correct person to give it to, I decided I would give it to you.
Every time!
Now we can always find each other.
You. Of course, I used a remix because I'm built better, but yeah. And yeah, I have the dramatic scene where I run back through all the sets, everything, all the progress. Finally, it all comes together full circle. Back up at the mountain, in the snowy mountain where it began in the very first frame. Yeah. You love the remix. Yeah, actually, I have a playlist of Minecraft remixes that I've just found one time. Like, I just went obsessively looking for Minecraft remixes. One day, the playlist, I think, is public on my main channel. And this is one of the ones in it. It's actually in there twice, because there's two versions of it. One of them is 8 and 1 minute. One of them's 4 minutes. But I'll sometimes just listen to it to get, like, the vibe I want. There's so many different flavors in it. I don't know. It's just one of my backup places for non-copyright music, basically. Anyway. Well. Oh, you've got therapy in 10 minutes. I got you. We'll finish in 10. So someone was asking what the statue was meant to be, and I said it was Watto. I'll kind of show you what I mean by that. This is meant to be like His ears, again, Watto built this, so it's like, you can kind of see it. This is like the face, right? That's one ear, that's the other ear. And then like it's kind of a person standing, right? Okay, we gotta finish this quick. So, big reveal. I can't tell you how much I'm glad this timed up with the music alpha. Like, obviously I timed it on purpose, but the timing was made easy because it was just the right length.
Welcome back, Ken.
Again, Martin Scorsese, every time. Absolute cinema. Beautiful. When you thought it was supposed to be a goat shrine. Look, it even has the little pink thing he has. Watto always does this when he builds statues of himself, is he has that. You can't see it on him because he's wearing armor, but he's got like the little pink thing, the little flower. Two vast and trunkless legs of stone off statue. I get what you mean. Yeah, that adds up. Martin did in fact Scorsese. Yeah, I had no idea what the director reveal was going to be like. For some reason I thought it was going to be wholesome. I don't know why. Come to think of it, the director is evil, so... But, in my version, it's wholesome. Of course, I didn't, we uploaded our videos at basically the same time. But, yeah. So guys, I have to ask, since you guys were saying that you didn't notice the 178 switch flips, I realize I'm just asking this to pat myself on the back. I fully acknowledge that. But how did this scene play out for you? Like, I mean, if you didn't know that it was on screen the whole time. He was the misdirector. I was in shock. I was surprised. I was flabbergasted. I did not believe it. I was shocked. It was cinema. It was sick. Perfect. I thought Watto was gaslighting us. Did you go check back? Please tell me you checked back to see. Wait, are you saying, hold up, chat, are we saying that my faked death reveal was more subtle than the actual fake death reveal? I'll take that as a yes. Yep. Just another day making parodies. Yeah. I'm pretty good. It also helps that is a real account. Like, Watto does actually just own the 1786 account. That's not a nick. He just literally has that account. Careful, Ken, you're outshining the original. Oh, you think that wasn't the goal. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. At this point, Watto and I were kind of improvising. We didn't know what the final beat should be. All I knew was that when I asked Watto, what's the true secret of Minecraft? The answer that I wanted him to give was that you can just buy alt accounts, and I just left to him to fill in the blank there. And we did okay. And the one pulling the strings this whole time, you must know, right? What is the true secret of Minecraft?
Okay. Death may be permanent, but there's one thing that many people overlook. Alt accounts are only $30 to buy. It is not that hard to get $30 in this economy. You work 3 hours at like an easy job, and that's it. That's all you have to do.
Dude, I get
Boom.
I get like $30. You know, all of this means that you're great directors. Well, let's just say I might be the real director. Nah, but yeah, so the moral of the story is nothing in Unstable Universe makes any sense because it's literally a video game and you can just buy an alt account and log on again. So what are we doing? Just ask for your friend's Discord account. Just be like, hey, oh no, are you going to die in Unstable Universe? Oh, what's your Discord? The end. Problem solved. I don't understand what this plot is. It bends the mind. It confounds the mind. This whole time. You could just... It's a video game. Chat. So IRL is canon. Guys, that's the thing. IRL is canon. They reference IRL in Unstable. They'll be like, oh, I have to go sleep. You know? It is canon. You can just play Hypixel. You can log off. But they just don't. Bloppers, question mark. Alright, once you learn to spell bloopers, I got you. Ready? Did that.
Yeah, that was great. I love that.
Oh yeah, you say Egg-chan references it. I think, if I remember correctly, the scene you're talking about, he says that he can't do a certain thing because he has school. That's not even a joke. Like, he had so many schedule conflicts with, like, being able to record with Wembu. Well, not conflicts, but just, like, he was busy with school a lot, and so he brought that up. It's sometimes not even, like, false, what they're describing in the IRL. They'll literally just reference just IRL in general. Which makes you wonder, wait, here's the better question, guys. Is lifesteal canon? Because surely not. Like, surely not. I guess it has to be. It's one of those cases where, like, you're watching a movie and the movie references some other, like, story, right? It references some other show, and one of the characters in the show is also, like, the same actor as in the movie itself. It's kind of one of those situations. You just have to pretend that that's not true. You just have to pretend that they're different people. Anyway, guys, you want the bloopers? You want the bloopers? They're right there. They were here the whole time. They've been here the whole time. They've actually not been there the whole time. They were not there for the first, like, 20 hours. So if you were one of the first people to watch on the day it came out, you wouldn't have seen it. So that's my bad, but there you go. There's that's it. And I will leave that to you if you want to watch it. But for now, 10 minutes probably passed, so I think the therapy guy's gone. But does anybody else have questions for the... Just me. I'm the only person here. It's time for the final Q&A. The part you've been waiting for this whole time. I mean, we've kind of been doing that the whole time, but you know. Anything else? You got it from Tundra's playlist. That's a good way to do it. Any plans for part 2? Oh, so the obvious question that I knew everyone was going to ask. Guys. Listen. This is perhaps one of my most successful videos of all time. A 10 out of 10 in terms of performance. I know. Very good. So I've been thinking, if people love it so much, and it took this long to make, but we had this much fun, No, I'm not making a part 2. I'm never making a video like this ever again. Editing the slop was so painful. Oh my gosh, I want to make actual art. Like, I can make other comedy. I'm not making another, like, 40-hour-long thing. And it doesn't even matter if it's 40 hours, by the way. I'm not going to make a shorter version either. Oh my gosh. I hated this. I hated every second of this. I want to get back to editing debunks. It's just... Will you add Dutch talent to part 2? I don't... Everybody in the world, I get that you want a part 2. I just... You'd have to pay me. You'd have to pay me. But unfortunately for you, I'm not making channel memberships. So that answers that question. Thank you everybody for participating in today's stream. And as my love of circular narratives go, we're back in the darkness. And... Where's bloopers? I'm done. I'm done with this chat. I'm sick of this. Okay. I'm ending the stream. Goodbye. No more questions. I don't even care anymore. I don't even care. We're done.